Robert Hardman there, speaking to my colleague Joanna Gosling. Let's just, if you're just joining us, bring you that statement once again from Buckingham Palace that we had a little bit earlier on. And it simply says, after further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended that she remain under medical supervision. But the statement also says the Queen remains comfortable and she's at Balmoral, and Prince Charles is there with her. We gather that the Duke of Cambridge is also travelling to Balmoral to be with the Queen as well. We can speak now to Anna Whitelock. She's a royal historian and a professor of the history of monarchy at City University in London. Well, of course, she has made history with the extraordinary longevity of her reign, hasn't she?
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable. I mean, a queen reigned for longer than 70 years. She's just, as Robert was saying, has just sworn in her 15th Prime Minister, her first being Winston Churchill. I mean, she spans the second half of the 20th century now into the 21st century. She has become so part of British identity. And I think whether people are supporters of the monarchy or not, this kind of news just sort of rocks people because she is in many ways a rock. She's always been around. Most people haven't lived a life where she hasn't been queen. And certainly today with people around me, there is definitely a sense of, oh gosh, that's going to be odd, isn't it? And I think that just sums up really the kind of influence and impact she has beyond the very important role we saw her play swearing in Liz Truss as Prime Minister just the other day.
And that in itself was extraordinary because it was her 15th Prime Minister, and she smiled that unique smile of hers at the new 15th Prime Minister she has asked to form a government, the first, I think, Winston Churchill.
Yeah, Winston Churchill was the first, and that was the first time that she had sworn in a new Prime Minister at Balmoral. And of course, that adjustment had been made because of the mobility issues, which we've known have affected the Queen for a long time. We know that she pulled out of a Privy Council meeting. And we know, the Queen is, as far as possible, it's business as usual. She would have absolutely been determined to be there to see the end of the Prime Minister period of Boris Johnson, to swear in Liz Truss. She didn't want to have anybody play the part for her. She didn't want to give that job to Prince Charles. She wanted to do it. But these are clearly, I think, very serious times. Buckingham Palace, again, as Robert suggested, they don't release news unless they have to. And they always try and give little away, really, as far as possible. So I think the fact that they have said what they have says quite a lot. And I think, therefore, we are looking, now at a sense of, decline in the Queen's health. And obviously that would suggest that perhaps, the end is not too long away, which is a remarkable thing just to say, really, having, commented on the Queen for such a long time. And it's such an event potentially now closer than some of us might have liked. And we're now thinking about, the end and life beyond and life after. And of course, people will be hoping the Queen gets better, but she is a woman now, elderly, very elderly, and has had health issues. And I think Buckingham Palace's statement really points to how serious this now is.
And Anna, just to underline that, we've just heard in the last few seconds, the Princess Royal is now at Balmoral, and the Duke of York and the Earl and Countess of Wessex are also on their way to Balmoral. We already knew Prince Charles was there at Balmoral with the Queen, and the Duke of Cambridge, we were told by Kensington Palace, was on his way. So obviously very senior members of the royal family are all now gathering at Balmoral.
Yeah, I mean, this is the family coming together. And of course, she may be the Queen, but she is, of course, a mother, a grandmother, and her family are gathering around her. And she's at Balmoral, a place that, of course, she loved, that her and Prince Philip loved. And she's going to be surrounded by her family, which, of course, I think would be very important to anybody. And so in that, I think we can be grateful that the Queen won't be alone. We're not in lockdown anymore. But yeah, I think it underscores there is a sense of inevitability now. and time, at least at Balmoral, slightly away from the glare of perhaps the media. They are able to be a little bit more distant. If the Queen was at Buckingham Palace, the comings and goings of the family would be in the full public glare. At Balmoral, there is a little bit of privacy and seclusion. And so from the Queen's point of view, I think she would probably want to be there, and yes, with her family.
And just the fact that we've had this statement, it's such a rarity, isn't it, really, a statement from Buckingham Palace like this. Of course, there have been, periodic medical bulletins about her mobility issues. We've got quite used to those when she's had to cancel certain engagements. But this statement is very different. Yeah,
I mean, this is a very significant statement. It's clear the fact that, the Queen, the doctors are concerned. She stays under medical supervision. And actually, I think perhaps more than that, the fact that the announcement that the family are on their way, I think that says a lot. Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, has obviously come out and said that people's thoughts are there with Her Majesty and her family. So I think it's very clear that this is now sort of twilight hours, days perhaps, of this epically long reign. And obviously we saw the pictures, the cheerful, smiling pictures of the Queen just the other day in Balmoral there with Liz Truss, looking happy, looking very shrunken, looking very old, really, but with a real kind of glint in her eye. Poignant times, I think. And as we kind of wait now, there is a sense of, the inevitability and the question of when this great change might come and when the announcement might be made.
Anna Whitelock, thank you, Royal Historian, Professor of the History of the Monarchy at City University in London. Thank you for your time. I'm also joined by our Royal Correspondent, Nicholas Witchell. And Nick, you have followed the royal family for so many years. What are your thoughts after hearing this medical bulletin from Buckingham Palace?
I think this is clearly a very significant moment for all the reasons that we've been saying over the past hour or so. The fact that the palace, which doesn't usually comment on the state of her health or the progression of her well-being, the fact that it is saying that the doctors are concerned, though they say she remains comfortable at Balmoral. The fact that the immediate family members are gathering at Balmoral. Prince Charles, who of course is staying on the Balmoral estate at Birkhall, he's travelling over and has been regularly going to see his mother whilst he's been there. But the fact, I think, that says most is the fact that Prince William is flying up to Balmoral from the south. So I think, all in all, this is a very sombre moment. I think, as politicians are saying, there is profound concern. I think it was Nicola Sturgeon who used that phrase, and I think that is absolutely right, and other politicians echoing that sentiment. Hoping for the best, but let's be completely candid now, braced for the worst. It may be that there will be a recovery, but there has been a gradual deterioration in her health from everything that we can glean, from everything that we can observe over these recent months. The big change happened last October, the day that she cancelled the trip to Northern Ireland and she was brought into hospital and stayed in hospital overnight. And that was the moment when it became apparent that there was something going on that we had not been aware of. Now, we know that there have been subsequent hospital visits. They have all been as outpatients, just brief hospital visits. And I think Hugh Pym put his finger on it, although there is this mobility issue, and we can speculate about what that might be. The key question is whether there is any underlying condition that has not been admitted to. And there have been many rumours over recent weeks and months. It is impossible to say with any certainty whether any of those rumours of an underlying condition are correct. But clearly we have now reached a point where the royal doctors feel that it is necessary to say that they are concerned. And that sends, I think, a very clear signal to the country, to everyone, really, that we're in a developing situation. And I think everyone can and must draw their own conclusions from the facts as we know them, from the images as we've seen them, the fact that she was unable to get to some of the key events in the Jubilee, the fact that she couldn't come to London to appoint the Prime Minister, the fact that the Privy Council, virtual Privy Council meeting last night had to be postponed. And now this morning we learn that doctors are now concerned and that she's under treatment. I think that there is no question of her being taken to hospital. I would imagine that they have made all the necessary arrangements at Balmoral to be able to treat her, and one would imagine that that is what is happening now.
Nick, do stay with us. I just want to cross to Helena Wilkinson, who's our correspondent at Windsor, with the latest from there.
Yes, well, as we know, the Queen made Windsor Castle her home pretty much since lockdown began, but she of course is at Balmoral, as we've been hearing, where she traditionally spends the summer months. She does tend to come back to Windsor Castle in October, but clearly huge concern about the news from the palace that we had in the last couple of hours or so. And for viewers who are just joining us, it's probably worth reading that statement from Buckingham Palace again. That statement from the palace, as I say, in the last few hours, says that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The statement goes on from the palace to say that the Queen is comfortable at the moment, and the BBC understands that the Queen's children are either at Balmoral with the Queen or are travelling to see her. We know, of course, from previous experience that Buckingham Palace do not give a running commentary in terms of the Queen's health. They very much regard her health as a very private matter, but clearly there is a huge amount of concern now, given that they have released that statement.
And Helena, we've had a whole series of messages from senior political leaders, the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and the Archbishop of Canterbury, all saying pretty much the same thing, that their hopes and prayers and their thoughts are very much with the Queen at the moment.
Yes, very much so. First and foremost, of course, thoughts are with the Queen and her family, the immediate family. We understand were told as soon as we had that statement from the palace, it's understood that her immediate family were told straight away as to how the Queen was. But as you say, we have had statements from the Prime Minister, Liz Truss. She has said that the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news. Liz Truss goes on to say that she says her thoughts and those of everyone in the UK are with the Queen and her family. We've also heard from the Labour leader, Keir Starmer, who has reacted to the news from the palace about the Queen's health. Keir Starmer has said that he is deeply worried and joins everyone in hoping for the Queen's recovery. And as you just mentioned as well, Ben, the Archbishop of Canterbury has said that he was sending his prayers, and the First Ministers of Scotland and Wales have also joined well-wishers in sending their thoughts. As I say, for the palace to issue such a statement and for doctors to say that they are concerned about the health of the Queen, she now remains at Balmoral. She is said to be in a comfortable position at Balmoral, but she will be kept under close supervision by doctors there. We know on Tuesday, of course, that the Queen said goodbye to the outgoing Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, and she welcomed the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, on Tuesday. Now, that would have been no doubt a pretty exhausting day for the Queen, and it was since September, October time that we have seen Her Majesty scale back from her duties. We've seen over the last months, since September time, Prince Charles, Prince William taking on some of the roles that the Queen would traditionally take on. And we know that she is somebody who puts duty first and foremost, but clearly over the last months her Health has got worse. We heard from the palace since September that she's had these episodic mobility issues, and that was causing her problems, and that led to a number of cancelled events. But we did see her, of course, at her Jubilee celebrations outside Buckingham Palace. She attended the Royal Windsor Horse Show, and she also made an appearance at the Chelsea Flower Show as well. What we don't know at this stage, Ben, is exactly what's going on in terms of her health. All we are told by the palace is that the Queen is under medical supervision, and I think that does create a sense of anxiety, concern, and given the fact that we are hearing that members of her immediate family are either, as I say, at Balmoral or travelling to Balmoral in Scotland, where the Queen is, that will no doubt be concerning for her family, but also for the country as well.
Helena, thank you very much. Helena Wilkinson there for us at Windsor, and more continuing coverage here now on BBC News from my colleague Hugh Edwards.
Ben, many thanks. If you're just joining us here on BBC News, this is our special coverage reflecting the anxiety and concern today for the well-being of Her Majesty the Queen, who is in residence at Balmoral Castle in Aberdeenshire, following a formal statement earlier today from the medical team saying that they are concerned for the Queen's health. We know that yesterday she was due to hold a virtual meeting with some of the new ministers, senior ministers, members of the Privy Council. That was delayed because doctors had advised Her Majesty to take a period of rest, though of course we know that a few days before she did actually manage to have an audience and to give an audience to the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. So we're staying on air to report these concerns and of course to try to gather more on the reports that have been coming in, to try to reflect on what they might mean, and indeed to ask some very sensitive and respectful questions about the state of the Queen's health. And our royal correspondent Nicholas Witchell is with me. And Nick, for the benefit really of lots of people who are joining us, just getting to grips with the news that's coming in, let's start with how unusual it is for the medical team to express a concern like this.
Absolutely, and that, I think, says it all, Hugh, really. Since October, when things changed, and since then there has been a gradual deterioration in her health, Buckingham Palace has said as little as possible. They regard this essentially as a private matter. They will not engage. They say no running commentary on the state of the Queen's health. So the fact that this morning the doctors felt it necessary to make public the fact that they were concerned for her health. Now, that is really the first time that that has been said. If we go back to October, to when this change happened and that trip to Northern Ireland had to be cancelled at very short notice, I think what happened then was that there was a fall probably at Windsor Castle. She was brought in to King Edward VII Hospital. She stayed there overnight. We'll recall that Buckingham Palace, perhaps rather unwisely, tried to keep it secret. And we were told that there were preliminary investigations taking place, but we were never told into what. And ever since then, the only reason for the health concern has been this episodic mobility issues. Well, now, you know, there are all sorts of possibilities as to what that might be. I suspect it's probably been gout, which can be very, very painful and which can be very debilitating to somebody. But the key question is whether there has also been some underlying condition, some serious life-threatening condition. Now, as I was saying a moment ago, we know that there have been subsequent visits to hospital. They've been brief. They've been as an outpatient. They've lasted about an hour or so. There have been all sorts of rumours. Somebody very senior at Buckingham Palace said to me not so long ago, well, don't believe all the rumours. So in the absence of anything that has been confirmed, in the absence of anything that we, the BBC, would have been able to say with certainty, it has been impossible to give any sort of impression as to where this is all going, but certainly it has been my impression, as I said on the news just a couple of days ago, that there had been no sharp significant change in her condition in recent weeks. I think it's been a gradual deterioration. She is, after all, she is, as we know, a lady of 96. And what 96-year-old does not experience health concerns? But the fact that the doctors have this morning felt it necessary to say what they have, and the fact, more pointedly, more significantly perhaps, that family members are travelling to Balmoral. Now, you know, we can all draw our own conclusions from that. And it is not really for us to try to speculate or to draw out what may be happening. It is pretty self-evident. The fact that Prince William is breaking his programme and flying up to be with his grandmother, the fact that other members of the family are also travelling there, we understand. We don't know about the Sussexes, whether they might be going up there. I mean,
there's a suggestion, Nick, just in the last couple of seconds, that they may also be on their way.
Right. Well, that, again, I think that just adds to the sombreness, the solemnity of this moment. But we should not rule out the fact that, according to the statement, she remains comfortable at Balmoral, and they would all be hoping that she will be able to rally from this and recover. But, well, I think the facts speak for themselves. And as Nicola Sturgeon said, there is profound concern. We hope for the best, but I think we are now at the stage where we must prepare for the worst.
Nick, as you speak, we are looking at some of the scenes at Aberdeen Airport where some more of the small jets have been arriving. And as you say, that's reflecting the fact that close members of the family are making their way there as soon as they can, really. That's the only conclusion one can draw. And Aberdeen Airport, of course, is not that far away from the estate, is it?
It's 45 miles. It's a good part of an hour's drive, as the outgoing and incoming Prime Ministers discovered just 2 days ago. I mean, how ironic, really, that that photograph perhaps is the most recent photograph that we have of her kissing hands, to use the expression, with Liz Truss. But yes, they will be making that journey. The weather doesn't look terribly good outside Balmoral, but they will be wanting to get there as quickly as they can, given the overall circumstances, because clearly there is a need now for some, I would imagine, urgency for the family to gather and to take stock of what is happening, to speak to the doctors and to assess for themselves what the situation is.
Just being told that, as we mentioned just a few seconds ago, Nick, that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have arrived. I'm taking it that means at Aberdeen Airport, so they'll be on their way.
I would imagine so, yeah, and of course it's very fortuitous for them that they happen to be in this country just at the moment, that they're not in California on this brief visit, of course, to the United Kingdom and in Germany. And just thinking about that photograph that we saw of the Queen with Liz Truss, I mean, many people have commented on the bruising on the Queen's right hand, and various reasons have been advanced for that. One of them, of course, is the possibility that there had been a cannula inserted into the hand for some sort of treatment, because it was quite noticeable and quite marked. And I think, as most people would agree, she looked quite frail, but as we know, was determined to carry out her constitutional duty and receive the resignation of Boris Johnson and appoint or invite Liz Truss to form a government. But that was the most recent sight of her. But then, of course, the news last night that the meeting of the Privy Council had been cancelled, that meeting at which new ministers would normally have been sworn in. Quite what happens in that terms, but that really, I think, is a very insignificant question in the context of the overall concern that clearly there is now for the health of Her Majesty the Queen.
Nick, let's just pause for a second, if we may. Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, who's going to be here for the next period as we just follow the reports coming in from Balmoral. The time is approaching 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is a time of reflecting on the Queen's health and of sharing the concern of so many people about the Queen's well-being at this stage. So it is 2 o'clock here on BBC News, and we are continuing our special coverage. Buckingham Palace, having said that the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral Castle in Aberdeenshire after doctors became concerned for her health. A palace statement earlier added that the 96-year-old monarch remained comfortable, that was the word used. The BBC understands that the Queen's children, are either at Balmoral or are travelling to Balmoral, the Queen's very cherished estate in Aberdeenshire. And Kensington Palace says that Prince William is also on his way. The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, issued a statement. She, of course, saw the Queen just a couple of days ago. She said the whole country will be deeply concerned by this news. Those were the images of the new Prime Minister being invited by the Queen to form a government on a Tuesday of this week. Liz Truss saying that the thoughts of everyone in the UK and beyond, throughout the Commonwealth indeed, are with Her Majesty and the entire family. And keeping me company as we reflect on what's going on is our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell. And Nick, as we go through this period of the afternoon, I'm just acutely aware that there'll be more and more people turning on and basically tuning in and wanting to know what's going on. So I make no apology for just recapping on what we know already. So let's go back to the statement. When did that come in?
That came in, at about 12:20, I think, and that's significant, of course, because contrary to what has been the case for the past number of months, when Buckingham Palace has said as little as possible, this is a statement which recorded the concern of the royal doctors for the Queen's health. She remains comfortable at Balmoral, that statement told us, but the fact, that Buckingham Palace felt it necessary to issue a statement because at that stage a lot of rumours were going around, all sorts of rumours. So this statement confirmed the fact that people are concerned, the doctors are concerned. And then we learnt that family members are travelling to Balmoral, yes. The Prince of Wales from Birkhall, which of course is close by to Balmoral Castle. But then Prince William and other members of the family, all the Queen's children. The Princess Royal, of course, was up in Scotland. She was there at the Braemar gathering on Saturday. But I think the fact that Prince William is making the journey from the south, the Duke of Sussex, as we understand it, also, and I think the Earl of Wessex is also travelling up. The fact that all the principal family members yes. are feeling it necessary and have been advised that it is necessary to travel to Balmoral, I think that says everything, really. It is, as the Prime Minister has said, the whole country will be deeply concerned, and I think we must assume that there are reasons for that deep concern. There has been this gradual deterioration in the Queen's health over past months. There has been, I think, no sharp and sudden deterioration, but I think that clearly over the past 24 to 48 hours, the doctors have become rather more concerned. And it comes back to this issue, Hugh, that we were just discussing a moment ago, as to whether it is merely this mobility issue or whether there is and has been something else. And, you know, I think we can be candid. There have been rumours of cancers, but no, of course, confirmation, and one wouldn't expect there to be, because there is an insistence by members of the royal family, which is reflected by royal officials, that these matters are private, that it doesn't matter who you are still entitled to private patient confidentiality. But we do know that she has been into hospital. There have been brief visits into hospital, but of course we don't know what was the reason for that. There was the overnight stay in hospital back in October, on the night of October the 20th, when, as I was saying, that was the moment when this all changed. The previous day she had been at a reception at Windsor Castle, quite normal, you know, full of energy, speaking to people, but then the following day the visit to Northern Ireland was cancelled at very short notice. Officials had already gone to Northern Ireland, and I think what happened then was that there had been a fall at Windsor, and she was brought into King Edward VII Hospital. The palace tried to do it privately and secretly. She stayed overnight, and we were told that there were preliminary investigations taking place. But ever since that moment, it is clear that the health of the Queen had taken a new direction, that there had been a change in her health. She had then was ordered or asked by her doctors to undertake only light duties. She missed Remembrance Sunday. There were, of course, any number of virtual audiences, so she was continuing with the duties, her constitutional duties as head of state, welcoming new ambassadors, having conversations with the Prime Minister, the weekly audience either by phone or virtual link-ups. So all of that continued, and all the paperwork continued. You know, the red boxes, there was no let up from those. Those continued, and she completed the paperwork. She went to the Royal Windsor Horse Show early in May and seemed quite good, you know, health-wise. I talked to people who were close by her then, and she was very much enjoyed it and was very sort of keyed in and plugged into everything that was going on. She opened the Elizabeth line, rather to the surprise of people who were expecting that perhaps she wouldn't be able to get to that. That was on the 17th of May, but she missed the Maundy service. She had to miss the state opening of Parliament because it was felt that these mobility issues might be just rather too much. And then, of course, to Balmoral in, early or mid-July. And clearly that is a very favourite place for her, and that is a place where she has been able to relax. But there she has been seen out in the grounds. There have been photographs of her walking the dogs out in the grounds. She's been doing the paperwork. She's been receiving visits from members of her family. So to all intents and purposes, aside from the mobility issue, which is sort of ever present, there was no visible sign of any sharp deterioration in her health. She was unable to come to London, much as she had wanted to for the appointment of the new Prime Minister, so the Prime Ministers went to her at Balmoral a couple of days ago. But we are now in this situation where we just wait for further news from Buckingham Palace in a state now where I think we should be concerned, deeply concerned for her health.
You made reference there, Nick, to the fact that Balmoral is very much a cherished home for the Queen and members of the royal family, with so many happy memories there for them. Some of the viewers, indeed, over the past few weeks have been asking just the obvious question maybe, which is that the Queen clearly had health problems going back several months, but the decision was made to leave Windsor and to go to Balmoral, where the summers are traditionally spent. That would have been the Queen's decision, her insistence that despite the health problems, she still wanted to go there.
I'm sure that the royal medical household will have made arrangements, and she will have been assured that they would be able to manage whatever the situation was, that they would be able to manage it at Balmoral. Now, we never know quite what arrangements, what contingency plans are put in place, but I think we can rest assured that they will have been put into place. I think at this stage there is no suggestion of moving her to hospital. It would be the Aberdeen Royal Infirmary, and that, of course, is a journey of 45 miles, as I was mentioning, from Balmoral into Aberdeen. It could be done by helicopter, but perhaps, you know, at this stage, I would imagine, and who are any of us to imagine what would be her wish, but one might suppose that she would prefer to stay at home, to stay at Balmoral, to these cherished surroundings which she has known since she was a child, where she is very much relaxed. It is a tranquil setting. She will be in her room. She will have her family around her. She will have whatever medical attention is necessary, because I'm quite sure that that is there at the Royal Doctor's disposal.
Yes. Nick, thank you so much. We'll pause for a second because I would like to talk to my colleague, our correspondent, Damien Grammaticus. Damien, really, this is to ask you about the kind of response we've been having so far from some of the politicians, and maybe you can tell us a little more about that.
Yes, Hugh. So I think, as you've been hearing, what we've heard is from across the political spectrum and across the country, very similar wishes and concerns being expressed by all. The announcement from Buckingham Palace here came through as the political leaders of all parties were here in Parliament with the debate, the government debate, Liz Truss outlining her energy plans. Of course, Liz Truss had just been on Tuesday in Balmoral, where the Queen had invited her to form a government. We saw those very unusual arrangements. I think Nick Witchell was just talking about those, where the political leaders. Boris Johnson first travelled up there to tender his resignation. Liz Truss followed him to be invited to form a government. And after that news came through during that debate, we've had that response from all of these figures. So Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, putting out a statement saying that the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime, and adding that her thoughts and the thoughts, she said, of people across the United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. Sir Keir Starmer, leader of the opposition, very similar. He said, along with the rest of the country, I'm deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in wishing, in hoping for her recovery. The leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey, again repeating those statements. The whole nation's thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family as we all hope and pray for a full recovery. And then from around the United Kingdom, so we saw Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister in Scotland, saying that all of us are feeling profound concern at the reports about Her Majesty's health. My thoughts and wishes are with the Queen and all the royal family at this time. From First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford, again the same concern to hear the news from Buckingham Palace. Best wishes to Her Majesty and her family on behalf of the people of Wales. And from Northern Ireland, we have from Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, the leader of the Democratic Unionist Party, again thoughts and prayers and those of the Democratic Unionist Party with Her Majesty and her family at this time. So united in concern, united in concern too for her family.
Damien, thank you. Damien Grammaticus there, our correspondent at Buckingham Palace. And that's the image for you this afternoon at 12 minutes past 2 on the 8th of September. And that is the entrance to the Queen's estate in Aberdeenshire, Balmoral Castle, an estate that she is very familiar with. She's had a lifelong affection for it. And that is where the Queen is, we're told, resting and is comfortable. But her medical team having expressed concern at just after midday today about the state of Her Majesty's health. So we are reporting on the latest developments there as they come, any further statements that are made, and indeed bringing you news that close members of the royal family are either there at Balmoral as we speak, or they're certainly on their way, and they include the Prince of Wales, they include the Duke of Cambridge, and we understand the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, who are in the UK at the moment. So we're told that they too are making their way to Balmoral, along with, of course, the Princess Royal and the Earl of Wessex and the Duke of York. So the children will be there with their mother, and the doctors giving an assurance that the Queen is being kept as comfortable as possible, getting all the attention that you can imagine. But all of this, of course, won't really come as a big surprise to people, given the Queen's great age at 96, and of course a catalogue of an increasing number of health issues and health problems over the past few years. And then, of course, in recent months, lots of meetings and planned events having to be cancelled, some of them at short notice, because of what the medical team described as mobility issues. And indeed, it restricted what the Queen was able to do around her own Platinum Jubilee celebrations back in June. It's restricted lots of things in the meantime. But lots of the images that we've had of the Queen recently are very much like these, where the Queen seems very businesslike and very happy to conduct meetings and to greet guests, whether they are senior military figures or diplomatic guests or political guests, and of course the weekly audience with the Prime Minister, which is a traditional meeting. So the Queen has been very much trying to get on with her work. She takes it very, very seriously. It's been a notable characteristic of the reign. She was very much tutored in the ways of following constitutional affairs and the government's work by her father, King George VI, and in many ways people say that she has simply continued his way of doing things, and that is to be serious and to be diligent and to be of service to people, as she promised at a very young age to be of service all her life, however long or short it would be. Well, it's turned out to be a very long life, and she's 96, and those engagements that she's been able to fulfil, she certainly has. Even if she's taken a walking stick at some point, and we've seen the walking stick at various moments during some of the visits, in this case to a hospital. And as we look at these images, and Nicholas Witchell is with me, it is remarkable, Nick, that the Queen has been able to undertake as many of these visits as possible, given what we know now about the struggle she's had with mobility.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, determined to continue to do as much as possible into her mid-90s, visiting this hospital and an old people's home near Windsor just before she headed up to Balmoral. Even though, as we can see from these images, there was a significant weight loss, and that, I think, struck people in the Queen's Christmas broadcast. And many people, of course, have speculated that following the death of a spouse, very often people do decline, they do lose weight. It does have an impact on their own health. And she lost her beloved husband in April of last year, just those 2 months short of his 100th birthday after those 73 years of marriage. And although she was very stoical, as you would expect her to be, and she took it in her stride, I'm quite sure that privately it will have been a significant blow to her and will not have helped her own health or her own mental well-being and her determination to continue fulfilling her duty as she has done and had done for so many decades. But she did, because that, above anything, is what is important to her. So she continued seeing as many people as possible via those virtual audiences, which of course began during the lockdown, the pandemic, when she was forced to meet people, greet people via virtual calls, and it showed us a different and a new side to her. It was really rather endearing, wasn't it? Because we got a sense of her rather dry sense of humour. We weren't used to listening into audiences such as that, but we did. And she was out and about as much as she could be, but missing some of the significant moments which normally are fixed points in the royal year, the state opening of Parliament, Remembrance Sunday, Maundy Thursday, and that sort of thing. And increasingly, as we've seen, although here she was visiting this hospital, increasingly, of course, the Prince of Wales, the heir to the throne, has stepped up and has been more publicly apparent in deputising for her, and he's been very much aware of that, and you know, he's in his 70s himself, but clearly he has stepped up, as indeed have other members of the family. And I think the other aspect which will have been quite difficult for her, of course, in recent months have been the family difficulties, and I think that we can only imagine really how painful those have been to her. I think the difficulties with Prince Andrew and the continuing difficulties with the Sussexes have been, a considerable drain for a person in her mid-90s when she would be hoping that she would be able to relax and just enjoy her family around her. And she's been having to cope with these. And people who know her have said, yes, it's been very difficult. Of course it has. How could it not be?
More people wanting to contribute to the narrative today, Nick, and we've now got Cardinal Nichols, Vincent Nichols, the Archbishop of Westminster, who is of course head of the Roman Catholic Church in England and Wales, and he's just issued this statement. I am concerned, says Cardinal Nichols, to hear the news about Her Majesty the Queen's health. I offer my prayers for her and her family, and may the blessings of the Lord strengthen and comfort her and her family. So an expression of concern there from Cardinal Nichols. There it is, posted on social media, his concern to hear the news about Her Majesty the Queen's health and offering his prayers for the Queen and the family. And as we were just underlining, more and more of the family gathering at Balmoral, at the Queen's side. there's the main entrance to the estate, and what we're seeing today is close members of the family were either there already, including the Prince of Wales, who was at his residence not far away, but also including the Duke of Cambridge, who's made his way up, and the Sussexes, as Nick was mentioning earlier, also on their way, but other close members of the Queen's family. Her children, principally, of course, Charles and Anne, and Andrew and Edward. We have a statement from the Chief Rabbi, and the Chief Rabbi is also keen to express his concern. Her Majesty the Queen, says the Chief Rabbi, very much in my prayers today, and I know that Jewish communities around the Commonwealth will join me in wishing her a full and swift recovery. More of those expressions of concern coming in, and I'll bring them to you as we receive them. The Queen, as we know, is patron of the Royal Commonwealth Society, which is a network of individuals and organisations committed to improving the lives and the prospects of Commonwealth citizens right across the world. Dr. Linda Lieu is chair of the Royal Commonwealth Society, and I'm pleased to say that she's joined us on what is a day of concern for everyone watching. Dr. Lieu, can I ask you, first of all, for your response to the reports about the Queen's health today?
Well, we, the Royal Commonwealth Society, and indeed, I'm sure all the people across the Commonwealth will be thinking of the Queen and sending our very best wishes for a swift recovery for Her Majesty. She is indeed the head of the Commonwealth, and this year, in the Platinum Jubilee year, marked 70 years of being head of the Commonwealth. And this network of countries, which span about a third of the world's population, I'm sure will join everyone in the UK and around the world in wishing the very best for the Queen and her family, and I'm sure are monitoring and sending their thoughts throughout this time.
Dr. Lieu, for those who are not that familiar with the way that the Commonwealth works, and you as stakeholders operate within it, how engaged is the Queen with the workings of the Commonwealth and the welfare of Commonwealth citizens?
She is very engaged. So she is the patron of our society, the Royal Commonwealth Society, which is the oldest charity dedicated to the Commonwealth. She's also the patron of about 250 so other Commonwealth charities. So in about 800 charities that she is part of, the Commonwealth is a large part. And I can say for my part, before the pandemic lockdowns, she was very actively, physically actively involved. I've met her at least a half dozen times. In fact, at least once a year for various events such as the Commonwealth Service at Westminster Abbey that we organize, but also at other events that support young people who are making a difference in their community. And that's my strongest sense of the Queen's influence in the Commonwealth from the charitable sector, which is she's very inspiring, but she takes the time to make sure those who are doing more for their communities, for the Commonwealth, are supported and indeed are recognized. So the Queen's Young Leaders, which is a program that we are a partner of, had a young leader from every Commonwealth country, which was then 54 countries. And they were brought to Buckingham Palace. The Queen spoke to them individually. And this is just a few years ago. She was in her 90s. And she spends the time to make sure that the values of service are instilled in young people. So every time we do an event, we do often get asked to make sure there are young people there to continue to do more for the Commonwealth and for the world. So my strong sense is that she has made a massive difference at the official level in diplomatic circles. But what has struck me the most is how committed she is at the personal level to the people. And it's the people-to-people links in the Commonwealth, I think, that make it probably unlike other international networks.
Very important to underline, Linda, isn't it really, that the Queen, in terms of setting foundations for the future, has made it very clear that part of the legacy will be whenever that is materialised, will be very much a continued commitment to the progress of the Commonwealth.
Yes, very much so. And because of her mobility issues, so the last time I saw her was at the Commonwealth service in March 2020 before the lockdown. But obviously, since the lockdown, we've all been more virtual, but her mobility issues have meant that even as she's restarted engagement, she's no longer able to travel to, for instance, the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, which happened in Kigali this June. And the Prince of Wales, who will be the next head of the Commonwealth, certainly carried her message to Kigali when I was there, including achieving a project that she personally launched in Malta when the heads of government met, which was to have every Commonwealth country commit to protecting a piece of forestry. So the Queen's Commonwealth canopy that we organized was announced as completed in Kigali by Prince Charles. And I think it's this ability of Prince Charles and also the Duke of Cambridge and other members of the royal family to pick up, to continue to support some of the important work the Queen has been dedicated to, for instance, in the environment. And I think with all of this, it is this 70 years of the Commonwealth that she has been head of the Commonwealth. I think it has made a massive difference. And I'm sure the young people in particular that she's inspired during this time, or maybe some of whom have gone on to do incredible things, of course, will continue. And I think that's why the focus on young people and the royal family's commitment to the Commonwealth means that this kind of work, really supporting charities, communities, the environment, and young people, continues every day around the world.
Very important to underline that contribution, and thank you so much, Dr. Linda Yu there, who is chairman of the Royal Commonwealth Society. The scene there at Buckingham Palace, but let's go to Balmoral then, where the Queen is resting and where doctors are looking after her health, and my colleague there is Rachel Bell. Rachel, what's going on at the entrance to the estate as we speak?
Well, Hugh, the heavens have opened just in the past kind of 10 minutes or so, perhaps reflecting the kind of gloomy atmosphere here at Balmoral today. It's all quiet here, as you can see. This is a fairly regular scene in a September outside Balmoral with the Queen in residence, police at the gates. But the slight difference is, of course, that in the past kind of 10 minutes or so, they have been taking out barriers to try and, I guess, just to kind of create some space between the gates and the well-wishers that have arrived here, that have maybe come, kind of around about 20 well-wishers that are here to see what's happening. Now that announcement obviously from Buckingham Palace earlier this afternoon, which said following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for her health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. It said the Queen remains comfortable and here at Balmoral. Now, as you've been saying, the Queen is here at Balmoral on her annual summer stay. This is a place she comes a lot, and she's been here since July. Now, that statement from Buckingham Palace is very unusual. We don't tend to get an update on the Queen's health on a regular basis. We, of course, heard when she had COVID. We heard when she started using her walking stick about those sporadic mobility issues that she had been experiencing. So the fact that we have heard from Buckingham Palace today with that statement about concerns for the Queen's health is quite significant. Now, we know that Prince Charles is already here along with his wife Camilla. They are with the Queen here at Balmoral. We also know that William, the Duke of Cambridge, is on his way here. We expect him to arrive any time from now, and we also know that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are on their way here to be with Harry's grandmother. Let me take you through some of the events of this week which have led us here, because Balmoral has been the scene of quite a lot of activity this week. It was here that the Queen appointed the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, a break from tradition. Usually the Queen would carry out this occasion at Buckingham Palace, but it was decided that she wouldn't travel to London, that she would stay here at her Highland home and would receive the outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson along with the new Prime Minister Liz Truss at Balmoral. And then, of course, the photographs of that occasion that we saw in Balmoral Castle itself, of the Queen looking bright but perhaps frail. She was carrying a walking stick, but she was smiling, she looked happy. And of course we have known for some time that she has been suffering from those mobility issues. And then of course we learned of that virtual meeting of the Privy Council, which had to be cancelled yesterday evening fairly last minute because of concerns that the Queen needed to rest. She was advised by doctors to rest after what they called quite a full day on Tuesday. She was of course unable to attend the Braemar gathering on Saturday, and she's patron of that gathering and she really misses this event. She is hugely fond of this event and people love seeing her there, but she was unable to attend because of those mobility issues, and her son Prince Charles stood in for her. And this all of course takes us to today, standing once again outside Balmoral, and you would expect there has been widespread reaction from across political parties, from prominent figures. Prime Minister Liz Truss saying the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news. She said her thoughts and the thoughts of people across the UK are with the Queen and her family. First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, said her thoughts and wishes are with the Queen and all the royal family at this time. And the Archbishop of Canterbury said his prayers are with Her Majesty. He said, may God's presence strengthen and comfort Her Majesty, her family and those who are caring for her here at Balmoral.
Rachel, thank you very much for the latest there. Rachel Bell, our correspondent there at Balmoral. We are reflecting, of course, on the Queen's health and the fact that there's been an expression of concern by her medical team, which has sparked all of this coverage and the concern of many people beyond Balmoral about what is going on there, and the fact that the members of the close family are making their way there or are there already. We can talk to our health editor, Hugh Pym, a little more about the health problems as we know them, because this phrase mobility issues, Hugh, has been used quite frequently in the past few months. And of course, people then tend to speculate or have their own ideas about what that might mean. What guidance can you give?
Well, that's right, Hugh. And interestingly, it wasn't mentioned in the statement just an hour or so ago from Buckingham Palace, which mentioned the concerns of doctors and the fact that the Queen was under medical supervision at Balmoral. There is a suggestion, maybe, not least the fact that the Palace very rarely makes comments like this about the Queen's health, that there is an underlying issue that we don't know about, in addition to her mobility issues, which is the real cause for concern. And as we've been hearing, she was unable to take part, felt she was unable to take part in the virtual Privy Council meeting. She missed the Braemar gathering, the Highland Games near Balmoral, but she has been seen in public at times over the summer, including the opening of the Elizabeth line at Paddington and the Royal Windsor Horse Show a couple of months before. So mobility has been an issue, possibly reluctance to actually be involved in public events involving a lot of walking or a lot of standing still. But the tone of today's announcement does suggest concern, serious concern really, amongst her doctors. She's said to be comfortable at Balmoral. We don't know the full implications of that. That can mean different things in medical terms, but as has been said, the fact that senior members of the royal family are joining her at Balmoral shows their degree of concern and anxiety.
The images we're seeing here were of a visit to a hospital where Queen was using a walking stick from time to time, but smiling broadly, meeting some of the medical staff there. Of course, the image the other day, the still image we had of the Queen's meeting with the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, the audience, where she invited Liz Truss to form a government. That image, of course, has been studied in a lot of detail, not least because there was a mark on the Queen's hand, and that prompted a lot of speculation too. Again, what guidance can you give on that?
Well, there was a lot of speculation, Hugh, about whether this might or might not, we simply don't know, imply an underlying condition, circulation issues. She certainly looked frail in that meeting with Liz Truss. as she invited the leader of the Conservative Party to form a government, and it would have been a very tiring day that day, and seeing Boris Johnson before as he tendered his resignation as Prime Minister. But yes, I think there has been speculation for the last 48 hours, particularly in the light of that cancellation of her appearance virtually at the Privy Council, which she certainly would have wanted to take part in, given the appointment of the new Prime Minister. But the statement from Buckingham Palace certainly shows a degree of anxiety about the Queen's condition. She has been in very good health, remarkably good health, for all of her 96 years. There are many conditions affecting frail older people, affecting mobility. She did have back and knee problems going back a decade or so ago and needed treatment for that, but she has been in remarkably good health. But there is this concern right now amongst her doctors with her at Balmoral.
Hugh, many thanks for the moment. Hugh Pym, our medical editor there, health editor. We have a statement from the former Prime Minister, Sir Tony Blair, who has again been saying a few things about the developments today. This is social media from Sir Tony Blair. It is deeply concerning, he said, to hear today's news from Buckingham Palace. My thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this worrying time. So Tony Blair adding his voice to the other voices heard today, including Cardinal Nichols and the Chief Rabbi, and of course the Prime Minister Liz Truss, the Labour leader Keir Starmer, Nicola Sturgeon, Scottish National Party, Mark Drakeford, the First Minister of Wales. They've all been expressing their concerns and saying that their prayers are with the family at this time. And still with me is our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell. Nick, again, for those people who are now tuning in and watching what's going on, I've conveyed some of the concerns that some of the political and religious leaders have been expressing. What are you picking up now?
I think at the moment, Hugh, we just have to wait. There is no further news. The mood is undoubtedly sombre. There is serious concern that is reflected in the statements of Prime Ministers past and present, and First Ministers and religious leaders. I think everybody is reacting to the same set of facts, and I think those facts really speak for themselves. The fact, most pointedly, I think, and most expressively, is the fact that the family are gathering. The family are, in some cases, making the long journey up to Balmoral to be at the Queen's bedside at this moment. She has been advised by her doctors to rest, to continue resting. Her doctors have said that there is now concern for her health, and that is the first time that they have said as much publicly. That, I think, speaks for itself also. The doctors, under the head of the medical household, Professor Sir Hugh Thomas, they clearly have been in close attendance throughout the summer, throughout her time at Balmoral, and I'm quite sure that they will have made all the contingency arrangements so that she can receive whatever treatment she needs within Balmoral, without having to take her to Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. And I'm sure that all those facilities are there within Balmoral Castle, and there will be doctors and nurses in attendance on a permanent basis. It brings us back to this question of what is the cause of the health concern? Is it merely the mobility issue? Now, let's be candid, mobility issues don't generally end a life. So I think the suspicion, but it is only a suspicion, must be, as it has been for a number of months, that there is some underlying condition. We saw the significant weight loss that was evident in the Christmas broadcast that had taken place really over last autumn after this sharp change in circumstances, October the 20th. Cancellation of that visit to Belfast, and everything really has unfolded since that date. The light duties, the less visible monarch, the forced cancellation of some of the fixed points in the constitutional year, the state opening of Parliament, the Remembrance Service and so on. So I think that inevitably it is legitimate to wonder whether the mobility issue has been used as a little bit of a smokescreen by Buckingham Palace. Episodic mobility issues. Well, perhaps that is gout, which, as we were saying, is very painful, very debilitating, and could be a reason for the inability to go out in public as much, quite apart from just the fact that she is 96, a vehicle there coming out of Balmoral. But I think that what one must wonder is whether there has been something else happening health-wise that is the cause of them saying today that they are concerned for her health. Though, of course, they do say that she is comfortable at Balmoral, and we must hope that she is able to rally and recover from whatever episode it is that caused the cancellation last night of the virtual Privy Council meeting. Was it simply that she was having to rest after a full day, 2 audiences with the outgoing and incoming Prime Ministers? Or is there just, has the gradual deterioration in health now reached a significant moment? Has the frailty really increased to the point where she is perhaps now bedridden, where her family are gathering at that bedside around her?
More expressions of concern coming in, Nick, and this is from the Muslim Council of Britain. And the Muslim Council of Britain saying our thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family at this time. We wish Her Majesty a swift and lasting recovery. Well, there'll be lots of people uniting with that wish. That is the Muslim Council of Britain. Let's join the former royal correspondent, currently the associate editor of the Daily Telegraph, that is Camilla Tominey. And Camilla, it's good to have you with us, albeit in rather worrying circumstances. What are you hearing? Can you share with us anything that you've been hearing today?
I think really it's in line with what Nick Witchell has just spoken to you about, Hugh, really. On one hand, obviously, journalistically, there's a desire to try and find out what exactly has gone on, while balancing that with the privacy of a woman who is undoubtedly known to everybody in this country as our greatest public servant. And therefore, she is entitled to privacy concerning health matters. And it is probably right that we don't know some of the details at this stage of what exactly she is suffering from. But I think the signs are looking ominous, to have family rushing to Balmoral, some travelling quite great distances in short time, to have the unprecedented nature of the statement from Buckingham Palace talking about the concern of doctors for Her Majesty's health, and indeed to have the scenes that played out in the House of Commons earlier, where clearly Nadine Zahawi, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, was instructed to interrupt that statement somewhat to inform Prime Minister Liz Truss and others of the state of play. I don't think the Palace would have taken that kind of measure if they didn't think that it was something that needed to be urgently flagged. And so, like your viewers now, you know, I'm reflecting with a degree of worry and sadness that the royal family have had to gather at the Queen's bedside like this.
We were talking as well about the cancellation of the virtual meeting with the Privy Council yesterday. That followed, of course, the audience with Liz Truss and with Boris Johnson on Tuesday. Again, just in terms of what that might have signalled, we were discussing with Nick just now, Camilla, that could have been, of course, just a need to rest after a rather busy day for a woman of 96. But the inevitable thought today, of course, is that the last 24 hours may have brought something of a sharp deterioration. Possibly, although knowing the Queen as we all do, she is somebody who likes to keep busy, and it's remarkable what she has still been doing in recent weeks and months at the age of 96. Just to see her photographed at Balmoral in front of that roaring fire as she prepared to greet the new Prime Minister, and to still be working day to day with her red boxes and making public appearances, frankly, defies belief. Somebody who's 4 years off her centenary.
I don't think she'd want it any other way. I think that she's always wanted to keep busy. Equally, I think to be in Balmoral at the moment, to make the decisions that were made, again, unprecedented, to have Liz Truss travel to her rather than vice versa, is completely fitting of what we are in, which is uncharted territory with a monarch of this age.
Well, Camilla, thank you so much for joining us. Camilla Tominey there, former royal correspondent, now associate editor of the Daily Telegraph. And we can have a word too with Jonathan Spangler, historian from Manchester Metropolitan University, who specialises in history and affairs of the monarchy. Jonathan, thanks again for joining us. And I'm just wondering, could you help us in terms of what this scene today represents, the fact that there is now this official concern for the health of the longest reigning monarch in British history?
Well, I think that very last sentence that you said really puts a fine point on it, that this is one of the longest reigns we've ever seen. So I believe that people aren't really entirely sure what is going to happen, although, of course, as we know, there are very, very set protocols that have been in place for many years, and many things will be set into motion as they need to be. But I think as a historian, it's something that I find quite interesting, that transitions from one monarch to another are always set with difficulties and anxieties and worries, as they are really transitional points in our history, and similarly with histories all around the world. And I think because the monarchy of Great Britain is still such a significant institution, it really will be quite interesting to see what plays out over the next few days.
We are talking, of course, about a family that is concerned for the health of a mother and a grandmother and a close relative, but having to do that really in the full glare of the public publicity that comes with that. So the stresses are clear. It's not that they are unused to the glare of public publicity, but at this time, of course, it's very much a family that is concerned for the well-being of a loved one, and somebody who's loved not just by the family, but by millions, billions indeed, of people around the world. That's the perspective, isn't it, that changes all of our calculations about what's going on and the implications of what's going on. And again, you can help us in terms of past precedent. When we think about similar circumstances in the past, they're a very long time ago, transitions can be very problematic things.
Yes, that's right. The history of any monarchy, whether it's Britain or other European or even non-European countries, these have often been very challenging times. And every monarch, for the history of any monarchy, has had to balance the needs of being a public figure with being a private figure. And so the fact that they have both the family has to react as a dynasty and do a public role, and private, as you mentioned, this is the grandmother, this is the mother, is often a very difficult balance. And in the past, before media really kind of came along and public opinion in the 17th and 18th century, this was maybe a simpler affair because deaths could happen outside of the spotlight. But since the 18th and 19th century, certainly there's been quite a lot of press coverage of these things. And then certainly within our own more recent history, since the 1960s, the British monarchy in particular has really opened up more of its activities, its life, its day-to-day life to the media and to public opinion. So I think that this is all unprecedented. But I also think that we live happily in terms of monarchical history, we live in more, I guess I could say, civilized times. So there isn't really, there's no threat of some rogue royal racing in to grab the throne. Those days are past. So I think we can look to a bit more civilized transitional phase.
Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Jonathan Spangler there from Manchester. And for another perspective, we're joined by the royal expert and author of a new book called Defenders of the Faith, the British Monarchy, Religion and the Next coronation, whenever that happens. Hopefully it's a while away. Let's talk to Catherine Pepinster. Catherine, good to talk to you. Thank you very much for joining us today. Again, what are your reflections on the fact that we are simply now looking at Balmoral? We're looking at the Queen's great estate there in Aberdeenshire in the full knowledge that her own medical team have deep concerns about her welfare. Now, as someone who's studied the monarchy in different forms, what are your reflections today?
I think that it's fair to say that we all have a sense that, to use a phrase used of politics some while ago, the tectonic plates are shifting. There is a sense that perhaps we're on the cusp of a new era, and I think many of us will find that really quite a disturbing moment. We have relied on the Queen for 70 years to bring stability and continuity to this country. We saw that only yesterday with the transition between two prime ministers, that she was what we call the dignified part of the Constitution, but she was there, she was something that said stability to us all as the country underwent great change. And I think if we are seeing the end of her reign, that will be quite a traumatic moment for us all. You must be heading towards 80 yourself to be able to remember any other monarch, and we've relied on her to be there. Perhaps some of us have even taken her for granted, and I think this is really momentous for the nation if we are seeing the era coming to an end.
When you look at parallels, when you look at transitions, when you look at the whole question of the relationship between the royal family, for example, and the Church of England as the established church, again, when we talk about transition, what are the questions that bring themselves to the fore for you?
Well, I think one of the things that's very different now is that it would have been taken for granted when the Queen came to the throne herself 70 years ago that everybody was at least nominally Anglican, that the Church of England was the religion of the country, and that is not quite as it was then. And so we might wonder, should that have an impact on the coronation we have? We are a much more diverse nation now in terms of both Christian denominations and other religions, and I think that's something that the Queen herself has recognised. Perhaps she was onto that earlier than the rest of us. I'm reminded of her 1952 Christmas message, the first of her reign before her coronation in 53, when she asked for people of all faiths to pray for her. I think that's a remarkable thing to have asked in 1952. And I think that at this moment, when it seems that perhaps we are now in the period of transition, that request that people of all faiths pray for her is one perhaps that we should all remember now, that this is a moment for people of all faiths to pray for her again. But I think we have such a different nation to the one we had in 52, that how Britain responds if we are at that moment of change will be a great challenge.
Catherine, just a final point, if I may. We're just looking at images of the entrance to Balmoral estate here, and some comings and goings. They've brought out some of the barriers. For someone like you who really does try to consider monarchy across a great arc of history, beyond even the longest reign in British history, it's one of those days where I suppose you begin to look at how the monarchy is this great constant, and that people really are very, very dependent on it in many ways.
Yes, I think you're right. And it's interesting to look back at what happened when Queen Victoria died. And the great novelist Henry James wrote about this in his diaries, which I read. And he talked about how discombobulated people were and wondered how Britain was going to cope. But actually, it did cope, because along came another monarch, Edward VII, who turned out to be a very popular king. So we do have a way of having a transition, having a change yet having constancy. But I think after such a long reign, the nation will find this a difficult moment indeed, particularly as we are in such a period of transition anyway, because we have a new Prime Minister. Things seem very fluid, and perhaps we've relied on the Queen to offer us this stability at such a difficult and fluid time.
Catherine, very good to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Catherine Pepinster there, the royal author. Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, with me. And Catherine, of course, making the salient point there, Nick, which is that we're talking about a monarch who has, for millions of people, represented a big, reliable, solid constant for decades.
Constant in an ever-shifting, ever-changing world. She has been a source of stability and, for many people, of great reassurance. We're reminded of that in the last few days, the appointment of her 15th Prime Minister. It reminds us of the span of years that she has been there and the changes that have taken place in the United Kingdom throughout those 70 years in every aspect of our lives. Cultural, industrial, political, economic. We've come from empire into Europe and then out of Europe. The Commonwealth has taken shape during her reign, something of immense importance to her. She's visited 150 countries, I think, during her reign, and of course many of those visits were to the countries of the Commonwealth. And she said very early on in her reign that she would support and do everything that she could for the Commonwealth every day of her life, she said, I think, in the Christmas broadcast in 1953. And that has been absolutely key to her. And without her, I don't think the Commonwealth would be the organisation that it is today. But it underlines how constant and dependable she has been, and we must hope will continue to be throughout these 70 years of her reign. But I think that it is absolutely true that she has been this anchoring point. And whilst everything, the still, calm centre, whilst so much around her has changed, you know, a focus for national identity and continuity, and she has represented those best of qualities, hasn't she? She has represented just duty and decency and dignity, and those really have been many of the hallmarks of this remarkable reign, a remarkable reign which continues. There is nothing further from Buckingham Palace, and we have no reason to expect that there will be. We must just wait and see whether further news does emerge once the immediate family members have arrived at Balmoral. There seem to be a lot of vehicles coming out of Balmoral estate, but I haven't noticed very many going in.
No.
But we will continue, obviously, to watch events there.
Just to draw on that point about continuity, Nick, it's been interesting talking to younger people in recent weeks who've been focusing a little more on this remarkable figure of the Queen, far more than they have done maybe in the past, and realising with some great surprise that the Queen really, you know, has been around since just after the Second World War, and for lots of young people this is ancient history. So it just underlines the fact that what she represents is something remarkable, not just to people who are in some age today, but also to people whose notion of what is old and old-fashioned is different.
She is the embodiment of so much of our history, isn't she, really? She represents the nation's history to itself, and she represents the nation to the wider world. And the fact that she has that link with that greatest generation, if you like, of the Second World War. She was part of the armed forces as a member of the Auxiliary Territorial Service. She never saw action, obviously, but she did join up. She wanted to do her duty, and at the age of 18 she did. and she recognises and identifies very closely with the armed forces, and particularly with that wartime generation, with the D-Day veterans, with the others who served during the Second World War, because she went through it. And of course she witnessed her father, George VI, the wartime king, and the impact that it has on him. And of course she knew Winston Churchill. She was witness to that, and he was, as we know, her first Prime Minister, the first of the 15. But now, talking of continuity, reminds us, of course, that Prince Charles is at Balmoral. He will be at his mother's side. He is already the oldest, longest-serving heir apparent in British history. Yeah. So he is there, whatever is the outcome of the present concerns about the Queen's health. Charles is there. We've seen him standing in so much more, deputising for her in recent months. And when ultimately he does take to the throne, it's an extraordinary fact that he will be the oldest person to become king in British history. But that is the situation at the moment. We await any further news, but at the moment there is nothing further of any certainty that we can say.
Earlier, Nick, we were talking about the Queen's great adherence to the Christian faith. The fact that, of course, she took very seriously her status as head of the Anglican Union. And this is a statement from the Anglican Communion today, from the office of the Anglican Communion. We join with Anglicans around the world in praying for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and her family. The Queen is head of state of 17 countries, has been head of state of others during her life. She's also head of the Commonwealth. All of these areas are served by one or more of the 42 churches of the Anglican Communion. We pray for God's presence to strengthen and support the Queen, they say, the royal family and those who are caring for Her Majesty. That statement from the Anglican Communion just come in a short while ago, as we are reporting the continued concerns today about the Queen's health, the concerns expressed by the doctors who are working with and for the Queen at Balmoral, the Queen's estate in Aberdeenshire, where we're told the Queen is comfortable, that she's being cared for, of course, by the best medical experts that you can possibly imagine, and that's exactly as one would think appropriate. The family gathering there too, and as Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, was saying earlier, people will draw their own conclusions from the fact that Prince of Wales and the Princess Royal, Duke of York, the Earl of Wessex, the Duke of Cambridge, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, we think as well, have either arrived or are about to arrive at Balmoral. So that is the scene at the entrance to the estate. The Queen is being kept as comfortable as possible. There's been no bulletin apart from the one that we are currently reporting some 2.5 hours ago, which was to say that doctors now had their own concerns, more concerns about the state of the Queen's health. She was under constant supervision, but they felt it necessary to issue that statement expressing the concern there. Nicholas Witchell still with me, our royal correspondent, as we look at these images of the main entrance there at Balmoral. And I think the issue now, Nick, is to, as you say, patiently wait and sympathise with those who are clearly going to be in a state of great concern and distress.
Yes, I think people will take this very, very personally, won't they? Because clearly there is reason for great concern, and people will find it, I think, even quite disorientating. The thought that the Queen's life may be moving into its final chapter, we don't know. But clearly the facts, as we've been saying, do speak for themselves. The fact that all of her children and the Cambridges and the Sussexes are travelling to Balmoral. Well, they wouldn't be doing that if there wasn't some good reason for it. We don't know precisely what that reason is. Inevitably, there are all sorts of rumours out there, but I understand that Buckingham Palace is not expecting to say anything more at this stage. There have inevitably been rumours of statements at this hour or that hour or whatever, but there is nothing imminent, I am led to believe. They will update us as and when they have something to say. It's not clear, unless anyone else has spotted convoys going in, it's not clear whether those other members of the family, on the basis that they would have been alerted perhaps late this morning, and organising flights, it takes a bit of time. It's an hour and a half up to Aberdeen and then the road journey from Aberdeen. So it's unclear whether those family members, whether the children, if we can call them that, have actually arrived at Balmoral. They won't necessarily go in through that main gate. There are many entrances into Balmoral, and if they want to go in privately, they would obviously be able to do that. But that's the situation. We await any further news that Buckingham Palace chooses to share with us, but clearly at this point there is concern, and there is concern that will be felt by millions of people, not just in this country, but by millions of people around the world, because I think, whether you're a monarchist or not, and we know that not everyone is, I think most people would concede that this is a monarch who had gained the widest respect for the dutiful way in which she has fulfilled her role for these 70 years. And many people will feel a great personal concern at this moment, at the thought that just possibly this long reign may be drawing to a close, but we shall just have to wait and see.
We will wait for a statement, if there is a statement, when it comes. Let's go from Balmoral to Queen's home in central London, Buckingham Palace. And our political correspondent, Damien Grammaticus, is there. And Damien, maybe you can kindly remind us of some of the things that political leaders have been saying following the statement from the doctors earlier.
Yes, Hugh. Well, that statement came through as the House of Commons was sitting, as the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, were all assembled there, and there was a debate ongoing about the current energy crisis. So the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, fairly quickly the news spread through the Commons. There were briefings that were given. The Speaker made an announcement, and what we've heard then are statements from all of those political leaders. So I can just give you a flavour from the Prime Minister, Liz Truss. He has said that the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. She said her thoughts and the thoughts of people across the United Kingdom were with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. Very similar from the Leader of the Opposition, Sir Keir Starmer, Labour leader. So along with the rest of the country, I'm deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery. From Sir Ed Davey, leader of the Liberal Democrats, again, the whole nation's thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty the Queen. We hope and pray for a full recovery. And then from around the country too, around the United Kingdom, we've heard from Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister in Scotland. All of us feel profoundly concerned at reports of Her Majesty's health. My thoughts and wishes are with the Queen and all the royal family at this time. From the First Minister in Wales, Mark Drakeford, he's concerned to hear the news from Buckingham Palace, sends his best wishes on behalf of the people of Wales. From Northern Ireland, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, he said, my thoughts and prayers and all of those of the Democratic Unionist Party with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. And I mean, as you've been hearing, the Queen, through the whole length of her reign, has had 15 Prime Ministers now. The most recent, of course, invited by her, Liz Truss, just to form a government at the beginning of this week on Tuesday. And we've been hearing from some of those former Prime Ministers too. So we had Sir Tony Blair, who's tweeted, it's deeply concerning to hear today's news. My thoughts and prayers are with the Queen and family. And from David Cameron as well. I send my heartfelt thoughts and prayers to Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family at this worrying time, he said. So some of those who had been, had daily or weekly interactions with her as Prime Minister coming here to the palace. She's been a constant throughout that, a constant throughout the political life of the nation, all of whom expressing their deep concern as that news came through from the palace.
Damien, thank you. Damien Grammaticus with the latest there at Buckingham Palace. Just a quick update again on the political leaders who have been speaking today. This is the Welsh First Minister, Mark Drakeford, who's clearly as well watching the reports with interest and concern. He said in Cardiff just now, I should begin by just reflecting on the news published through Buckingham Palace earlier today, an afternoon of sober reflection and anxiety for households across Wales and beyond. Of course, we are wishing all sympathy and understanding with members of the royal family who are gathering at Balmoral. That is the Welsh First Minister, Mark Drakeford, the latest in the line of political leaders who have been expressing their concern today, in the Royal Standard flying there above Balmoral Castle in Aberdeenshire, showing that the Queen is in residence and very much the emblem of royal authority and power, and that is really the symbol that's been very familiar to those people in that part of Scotland for summers going back to the 1950s and before then, because it's a favourite location of the royal family, and it's been a lifelong passion of the Queen to spend time in Balmoral and to enjoy the landscapes around there and the great beauty of the countryside. And it's been a great tradition for the family to spend lots of time together during the summer at Balmoral, which of course goes back to the decision just a few weeks ago to move from Windsor and to uphold the tradition of spending time at Balmoral, despite the fact, of course, that the Queen's health problems were causing issues around mobility and indeed around the ability to fulfil some engagements. But the Queen was clearly determined not to break with tradition and to spend some time in the lovely surroundings there in Aberdeenshire, and that is why the Queen's in residence there in early September. So that's not a surprise in that sense. The Queen's affection for it is well established. But of course, it's not Windsor, and Nicholas Witchell is with me. I suppose Windsor would be counted as the home, would it, Nick?
I think, yes. I think it's her favourite workplace, as it were. Balmoral, of course, is always the summer residence where she can relax insofar as it's possible to relax when you've got red boxes and paperwork arriving every day. But I think that she would, as you've said, have been absolutely determined to go to Balmoral. She went up on the 21st of July and would be expected normally to return south to Windsor sometime next month when the sort of royal calendar resumes with Remembrance Time and up to Christmas and all that sort of thing. But yeah, I think psychologically it would have been a great refreshment to her to go to Balmoral, to the bracing atmosphere in the Scottish Highlands there, and you do feel as though you are a little bit away from it all when you're there, and I think that would have been very attractive to her, and I think that I'm quite sure that her officials and her doctors will have recognised that it would have been good just for morale for her to be in the familiar surroundings of Balmoral, where she is at the moment with those doctors.
Well, we can have a look at what's going on in Windsor. Nick, and my colleague Helena Wilkinson is at Windsor for us. And what's going on there, Helena? Can you update us on any developments at Windsor Castle?
Well, as you mentioned, Hugh, the Queen, she was in Windsor and left in July to go to Balmoral. It's where she traditionally spends her summer months. So that was when she was last here. Here in Windsor, the news is starting to trickle through. People just starting to learn about the news following that statement that we had from Buckingham Palace. Probably worth just repeating to viewers who are perhaps just joining us that statement which came in at about 12:20 from the palace to say that the Queen's doctors are concerned about her health and that she is now under medical supervision. Just to stress, though, in the statement, it also went on to say that the Queen is comfortable. But we've spoken to some people here in Windsor. I mean, the umbrellas are up. It's been raining all afternoon. This, of course, is full of tourists normally, but the weather, I think, has put people off slightly. But there was a woman who has already arrived from West London, about half an hour away, because she said that she heard about the news about the Queen's health and wanted to be here. And we've also heard that the news is also reaching people who are inside the castle in terms of the grounds. The tourists are learning it, but some are learning of that news as they come out of the castle. Of course, the Queen has made Windsor her main residence, and it is one of her favourite homes, and she pretty much remained here in Windsor. You'll remember, Hugh, since the first lockdown, since the COVID pandemic struck back in 2020, and this is where she has spent much of her time. But we've been talking, haven't we, all afternoon. We've been hearing from Nick Witchell and other guests to say about the significance of the statement from Buckingham Palace. We've seen in the past, and you'll know this, Hugh, that they do not tend to give a running commentary about the Queen's health. They very much see her health as a very private matter, but I think it is significant. They have released a statement. Doctors are concerned about her health. Added to that, we are seeing this afternoon members of the royal family either already at Balmoral or travelling there. If you put all of that together, I think there is real concern and anxiety about how the Queen is.
Helena, thank you very much. That's the view at Windsor. We're going to jump over to Downing Street if we can, because I think our political editor Chris Mason has arrived in Downing Street. Chris, we saw the message of concern earlier from the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who, of course, did see the Queen a couple of days ago. What's Downing Street telling you?
A profound sense of concern, Hugh, here in Downing Street and more widely in Parliament. I was watching proceedings in Parliament just a couple of hours ago as that debate was underway, talking about energy prices. And it was clear prior to the public statement from Buckingham Palace that something serious, something profound was happening, because notes were passed along the front benches to the Prime Minister and indeed to the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Angela Rayner, as Sir Keir Starmer was on his feet at the time, and indeed to the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle. And it was shortly after that that the public statement was made by Buckingham Palace, and then the words of concern from our political leaders. I'll just remind you of what Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, said just a couple of hours ago. The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and those of all people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. And as we've been reflecting, the new Prime Minister saw Her Majesty just a couple of days ago at Balmoral for that day that lies at the heart of the British Constitution, that knitting together of monarchy and parliament and government with the transference of power. One of the many roles that lie at the kind of sanctity of the monarch, dealing with governments that come and go and sharing those private moments that Prime Ministers of the past have reflected on as being so important to their time in government. That chance to tap into the wisdom of someone who's been on the world stage for so many decades, who has met and spoken to publicly and privately so many international statesmen and women over the decades, that they could use her as a sounding board in those weekly audiences, knowing, unlike pretty much any other political conversation they might have, that it wouldn't leak, that it really was private, and tapping into that wisdom that wouldn't be matched, I guess, by any other figure in the world.
When we look at the range of views in the House of Commons and beyond, Chris, of course there's a spectrum of views about monarchy and the place of monarchy in British public life. But I suppose the thing about Her Majesty the Queen is that there are people there who are staunch Republicans who nonetheless can fully respect the Queen and her sense of duty and sense of service.
Yes, that capacity by longevity to transcend broader views about the monarchy, because you have to be, what, around 70 years of age, more than 70 years of age, to have any knowledge firsthand and awareness of being alive with somebody else upon the throne. So whilst the vast majority of members of Parliament are pro the idea of a monarchy, yes, of course, there are some who think an alternative governance structure would be wise, but even amongst them, and they are a minority, there is a vast well of support for and respect for the Queen because of that longevity, because of that scale of time in office, because she is such a pivotal figure in the contemporary history of Britain.
Chris, many thanks for now. Chris Mason there in Downing Street. We're looking at images here of Balmoral, the entrance to the estate in Aberdeenshire where the Queen is being cared for, where her health is causing some concern to her doctors, and where close members of the royal family have made their way and are still making their way there today. So that would speak for itself. We were talking earlier to our royal correspondent who's with me here, Nicholas Witchell. And for those people who are catching up with the news, Nick, because, you know, this is something that will be spreading throughout the country as people get more and more aware of what is going on. We're in a position where we are, quite rightly, just having to wait patiently to see what happens. If there is another bulletin on the Queen's health, it may signal an improvement, it may not. But we're in the position where we need to wait.
Yes, and it's far from clear whether there will be anything further from Buckingham Palace in the short term. One would imagine that they would feel the need to give some sort of an update, given the level of concern that there is, this profound sense of concern, as Chris was describing it a moment ago, and that reflects what political leaders and others, religious leaders and so on, are saying. The mood is very sombre. There is this serious concern brought about by the wording of the Palace statement, most unusually expressing concern on the part of the Queen's doctors. So clearly there has been some change in her state of health, which has brought about that concern by the doctors. And most markedly, the fact that all other members of the royal family are gathering at Balmoral, that all of her children, the Prince of Wales, or the Duke of Rothesay, of course, as he's known in Scotland, has been staying with Camilla at Birk Hall, so it's just a short journey for him. The Princess Royal, also in Scotland, she was at the Braemar gathering last Saturday with Prince Charles, so she would not have had to travel very far. Indeed, she may even be staying at Balmoral Castle herself. The Duke of York is making his way, so is the Earl of Wessex, and again, significantly, the Duke of Sussex and the Duke of Cambridge are travelling up. So they will have been advised that this is a moment when their presence is necessitated, when it is appropriate for them to be at Balmoral Castle, to be with the Queen. So I think that that really tells us everything in a sense that we need to know, and explains why there is this very sombre mood amongst politicians and others who presumably are being advised. Certainly Downing Street must be being advised by the Queen's Private Secretary, Sir Edward Young, about what is happening there. And I think the fact that they are saying and they are speaking in the way that they are with the language that they have chosen to use, that also tells us something, that concern is justified at the moment.
As we understand it, Nick, not everyone has arrived, as you were suggesting there. There are some still on their way. So, but one imagines that they'd be there fairly soon, having been alerted several hours ago now, a couple of hours ago, 3 hours ago. So we'll see. We'll see if we can spot some members of the family who've not made it so far arriving. While we do that, let's bring in Carolyn Harris, who's a royal historian and author from Toronto. Carolyn, thank you for waiting to talk to us. What are your reflections today as we talk in these terms and terms of concern about the Queen's health?
Well, there's a great deal of concern regarding the Queen's health, not just in the United Kingdom, but in the wider Commonwealth, as the Queen has taken her role as head of the Commonwealth extremely seriously and has become the most well-traveled monarch in history. So she's a familiar figure in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the various Caribbean and South Pacific realms, and the wider family of Commonwealth republics as well. So that transition from a British Empire and dominions through to the modern Commonwealth of equal nations has very much unfolded over the Queen's lifetime. So she's a figure of global significance and not simply of British significance.
We're just looking at images, Carolyn, of the Queen just a couple of days ago, greeting the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and inviting her to form a government. The Queen smiling, looking rather frail, it must be said, but smiling and looking very engaged. And just reflecting what you were saying there about the commitment, not just, of course, to the UK, but to the wider Commonwealth family. This has been something that the Queen has been fully engaged with since she came to the throne, really. This has been a 70-year project.
Yes, and we see the legacy of King George VI. He was the first monarch to hold the title as head of the Commonwealth, and the future Queen Elizabeth II made her first overseas visit with her parents and younger sister, Princess Margaret, to South Africa in 1947. So the Queen has been traveling and has been this significant figure in the wider world for a very long time, since the age of 21, and she's attended almost all of the Commonwealth heads of government meetings, most significantly in 2018 when the Commonwealth leaders agreed that it would be Prince Charles who would be the next head of the Commonwealth, because whereas when one reign comes to an end, the next one automatically begins, the role of head of the Commonwealth that had to be agreed upon by the Commonwealth leaders, and it really shows the respect for the Queen that her wishes concerning the future of the Commonwealth were very clearly taken into consideration regarding how the succession to the head of the Commonwealth will unfold.
I'm just wondering at this point as well, Caroline, just in terms of the international perspective, beyond the Commonwealth, if you like, of the Queen's status, the Queen's contribution, the Queen's presence on the global stage, because, as you rightly say, it's not just a British experience. It's not just a very big Commonwealth experience. It's a global experience as well. And just help us with that notion and maybe how that perception of the monarch has changed as well.
Yes, we've seen the Queen as one of the most recognizable figures in the world, and various heads of state, both in the Commonwealth and in other nations as well, are very eager to be invited to meet with the Queen. So we see Commonwealth heads of government meetings, all the leaders coming together, but also state visits to the United Kingdom being these coveted occasions for world leaders, as there's a great deal of meaning in all of the ceremony that comes with a formal state visit. And we've seen the Queen continuing to innovate on these occasions, introducing more and more receptions, for people whose origins are from the country being honored in the state visit. So in the 21st century, the amount of entertaining at Buckingham Palace actually increased as these big diplomatic occasions also became opportunities to honor British people with connections to the various countries who were being acknowledged by these state visits. So the Queen has played a profound diplomatic role in terms of the United Kingdom's relationship with countries around the world.
Just a final point, if I may. At this point, it's interesting, Caroline, that we're already having people underlining the importance of transition whenever that transition takes place. We simply don't know, but the Queen is 96 and clearly talk of transition is not unreasonable. The transition in terms of the importance of the Commonwealth. Now, how does that get sustained, do you think?
Well, certainly we've seen a lot of overseas tours by the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall and the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. That Charles and Camilla were very well received in Canada, and we've seen William and Catherine undertaking Caribbean tours. What may happen in subsequent reigns, however, is we may see more transitions, particularly in the Caribbean, from Commonwealth realms, where the monarch is head of state, to Commonwealth republics. So the connection to the Commonwealth will endure, but the number of countries where the monarch is also head of state, that may change over time. And certainly Barbados having transitioned from realm to republic last year, there's been speculation that other Caribbean countries in particular might go down the same path.
Caroline Harris from Toronto, good to talk to you, and thank you so much for joining us today. Caroline Harris there, the royal author, who's of course an expert on the Canadian scene, but on much more besides. Lovely images reminding us of the Jubilee and the Royal Air Force fly past, the 70th Platinum Jubilee, of course, back in June, and that balcony appearance when the Queen looked absolutely enthralled and delighted with the fly past. She always loves the fly past on the day of the birthday parade. It's one of her favourite events. But being on the balcony, encouraging the grandchildren, great-grandchildren to really enjoy the sight of the red arrows, the red, white and blue, streaking through the skies above central London, above Green Park and St James's Park, right over Buckingham Palace. It's the highlight of the birthday parade every year, and indeed was the highlight of the parade on the day of the first day of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. And the Queen looked well. She didn't take part in lots of the Jubilee activity, understandably, but she certainly did make that appearance on the balcony on the day of the parade itself. And the crowd said it all, the way that people turned out to wish Her Majesty well, to congratulate her on 70 years on the throne, understanding full well that she couldn't take part in lots of the events. And then there was lots of fun around encouraging some of the children to do as they were told on the balcony itself. It was a lovely scene. It was a lovely scene. And the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge clearly enjoying it all as well. So there you have it. That was back in June. It seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it? Because today we are reporting on the Queen's health and concerns about the Queen's health. And significantly, concerns being expressed by her own doctors, which is why we're taking this so seriously and devoting so much attention to it. I am told, by the way, that there is a flight on its way to Aberdeen right now. That's Aberdeen Airport. There's a flight there which is carrying, I think, 7 members of the royal household, 7 members of the royal family, expected to land at Aberdeen fairly shortly, maybe within the next 10 minutes or so. So hopefully we'll catch a glimpse of that. I can't tell you who's actually on board. I don't know. But all I know is that there are 7 members of the royal household on board, and they are travelling from RAF Northolt, which is the airfield used by the Prime Minister the other day when she returned after seeing the Queen. That's in West London, and then they've travelled up. It's about an hour and a half. They're due to arrive, I think, in about 10 minutes' time, maybe a little less than that. And then we'll see, maybe we'll see who's on board the plane. But it's a fair guess that it'll be maybe the Duke of York, maybe the Earl of Wessex, maybe the Sussexes, because they're all meant to be on their way. So that's the plane carrying members of the royal household who are making their way as quickly as they can to Balmoral, where the Queen is being cared for. She's under medical supervision. We were told 3 hours ago that her health was causing concern. We've not been told more than that, but it was enough to summon close members of the royal family, and enough indeed to trigger alarm in places like Downing Street, the Houses of Parliament, the Commonwealth and elsewhere, because the Queen, of course, is 96 and she has been looking more fragile of late. She's had to cancel some engagements, including some at the time of the Jubilee, because of what doctors were calling mobility issues, and just wiping off a few drops of rain from the camera there at Balmoral, just to keep the images crisp and clear for us. I'm just going to bring in the royal journalist Phil Dampier, who's been writing about the royal family for 36 years. Phil, thanks for joining us. It's good to talk to you, and I'm wondering, what are your reflections, given that we are reporting today a pretty serious level of concern about the Queen's health now?
Yeah, good afternoon, Hugh. I mean, as you say, your colleagues have been saying, the fact that the doctors, Buckingham Palace issued this statement that the doctors are concerned. The fact that all the family are gathering up at Balmoral does tend to, I think we can all read the rooms and tell what's happening. It's clearly a very, very serious situation. I think possibly something has happened in the last 24 hours. I don't know whether she's had a stroke or something or what's happened, but she seemed frail the other day when she met Liz Truss. But she's looked, fairly chipper and fairly sort of happy in herself. And it's only a couple of weeks ago that I was shown some photos at Balmoral of her walking her corgis in the grounds. It's only a couple of months ago we were told she was actually having a trot round the grounds at Windsor Castle back on her horse. So she's, she's trying to sort of keep a normal life going and keep her duties going as head of state right up until the end. She always made it clear she was never going to abdicate. And, we're all praying she pulls through. At the moment, it is looking a little bit worrying.
We're just looking at images of the Jubilee, actually, Phil, because they're nice images of the balcony appearance in the Platinum Jubilee. It was the main appearance, obviously, and, it's quite a contrast, really, isn't it, to what we're talking about today?
It is. It was just wonderful that she was able to make it to her Platinum Jubilee. I mean, 70 years. I think she's only behind now Louis XIV as the second longest reigning monarch in history anywhere in the world. And, of course, he came to the throne when he was a child. So it is absolutely extraordinary. Liz Truss, of course, was her 15th Prime Minister. Winston Churchill was her first. And she's been the glue, hasn't she, holding the country together. And this is, quite honestly, with everything that's been happening with the pandemic, with the cost of living crisis, with the war in Ukraine, this is the last thing we need, really. But I think she would be the first person to say, keep calm and carry on. That's the way she's lived her life. And I think she would want to pass that on to us.
I'm sure you're right. You've been writing about family for decades, Phil. I'm just thinking, when you look at the figure of the Queen and the way that she's done the job, she's had to adjust to many things along the way. She is a figure of continuity. There have been one or two occasions when people have questioned the way she's handled things, but on the whole, she's not really put a foot wrong. And I'm just wondering, will that be the lasting image, when people in many years' time look back at the reign?
I'm sure it is. It's her sense of duty, her devotion, the fact that she's never changed, never wavered, never given any interviews. She's just carried on. And as you say, she's been the glue holding the whole thing together. And she is going to be an impossible act to follow. That is the problem for Charles. I think there'll be a lot of goodwill for him, but it is going to be an extremely difficult act to follow. And we'll give him a fair win, but it's not going to be easy for him. I think there'll be a lot of goodwill to start with, and then we'll see how he does. But whatever happens, he's obviously never going to have a reign as long as hers.
But as we understand it, just to end on, Phil, as I understand it, you may have information anyway, 7 members of the royal household in this flight that's now heading towards Aberdeen. It'll be there in a few minutes' time. And one imagines that it will probably be including maybe the Wessexes and certainly the Sussexes, who are making their way as well. And the fact that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are in the UK, they're able to actually be present, that in itself as well is something that lots of people had never predicted.
No, it's an extraordinary coincidence, really, that Harry and Meghan do happen to be in the country when this is happening. I'm sure that people won't begrudge Harry going up to see his grandmother, or indeed Meghan. I'm sure that they're going up there with the best of intentions. There will be some people, of course, who will query it and say they're trying to muscle in on the act, but I think that would possibly be a bit unfair at this moment. But you can't deny him seeing her. And I'm sure quite a few members of the family will be up there. She's got so many grandchildren and great-grandchildren, of course. How many of those will actually go up, I'm not sure. But the whole family seems to be gathering at Balmoral. And that is what makes it rather worrying.
Phil, good to talk to you. Thank you so much. Phil Dampier there, the royal journalist and author who has spent more than 30 years writing about the royal family. Our thanks to Phil. Let's return to Windsor, which Nicholas Witchell was telling us earlier is the favourite working place of the Queen, the favourite working home of the Queen. And Helena Wilkinson is at Windsor for us. The umbrella's up, Helen. I can see it's quite wet there. What is the sense there about the news that is now percolating through? Are people there more aware of what's going on?
Yeah, they are. It's absolutely pouring with rain, as you just mentioned, Hugh, which means, of course, that lots of people have taken shelter here at Windsor Castle. But, of course, this is a royal town. As you've mentioned, this is the Queen's favourite working residence. She has spent the last 2.5 years, really, since the first lockdown, the COVID pandemic, she has spent here at Windsor Castle. And tourists here who have been emerging just behind us out of the gates of the castle, who've spent some time inside the grounds. Some of them have emerged and told us that they have been aware of the news. One woman said that she overheard some of the staff talking about the Queen's health. She became concerned. She came out of the castle. Another lady had travelled from West London, about half an hour away or so from Windsor Castle, when she heard about the news, wanting to be here. But it's pretty quiet here at the castle at the moment, and I think that's really down to the rain. But there have been lots of tourists around here. And this is a royal town. Don't forget, locals very much view the Queen as their neighbour, not just in the sense that she has spent much of her time here, but they do, many of them, hold her very dearly, and there is a huge amount of concern. We know that the Duke of Cambridge, as you've been mentioning, has travelled to Balmoral to go and see his grandmother. We know his wife, the Duchess of Cambridge, has stayed here in Windsor.
Helena, thank you very much. Helena, there for us outside Windsor Castle. Here is the scene at Aberdeen, a rather misty, rather wet Aberdeen airport. And this is where we're expecting a flight to land very soon, carrying, we are told, 7 members of the royal household. And they'll make their way from Aberdeen a short distance to Balmoral Castle, which is in Aberdeenshire. We're expecting them to land within, I think, maybe 5 minutes' time, but there's a slight amount of guesswork there. Nicholas Witchell is with me. So that answers one question, Nick, which was to do with who's there already and who's on the way. So we think there are 7 in this flight.
Right, so that motorcade there will begin the 45-mile journey to Balmoral. So I think we can expect, well, certainly 45 minutes to an hour between departure from Aberdeen Airport until arrival at Balmoral Castle. Once again, I understand from Buckingham Palace that they are not intending to say anything in the next little while, but that, of course, can change very quickly. It's a situation in which, you know, as and when they have something to say, they will say it. Yes. At the moment, they don't have anything to say. Quite possibly, of course, they would be waiting for these other members of the royal family to arrive at Balmoral Castle. But that is just me speculating. But this is the situation, really, that we are in. What we know is what we've been reporting for the past several hours. That is that the Queen's doctors are concerned for her health, and the immediate family is gathering at Balmoral Castle. And that rather foggy and damp Aberdeen Airport is where that aircraft will be landing, we imagine, quite shortly. Yeah. And then those vehicles will be setting off on the journey to Balmoral.
We can get an update from there, Nick, actually. We can join our colleague David Shanks, who's at Aberdeen Airport. And David, we're looking at a rather foggy, misty image of the airport itself. But can you update us on what arrangements are there?
Yes, conditions here are very poor. We've had some very heavy rain and poor visibility. We're told by the airport staff here that there is no problem getting any aircraft in today. They don't see this as causing any particular delays. The latest we've been told is roughly any minute now we're expecting an aircraft to have travelled from RAF Northolt here to Aberdeen Airport, containing 7 members of the royal household. We can start to see a few vehicles lining up airside now. From here, if that next journey is by road, it's around 45 miles to Balmoral Castle. Just over an hour and 10 minutes of a journey too. It's possible the weather could be delaying that flight just shortly, but we are expecting it any minute now here at Aberdeen Airport.
Just seeing, I think we can see just in the fog there a helicopter approaching, David. Just asking you about the arrangements on the ground. What can you see there in terms of vehicles that are ready on the ground for those who are arriving?
So I should say that this is, of course, one of the busiest heliports in the country due to the oil and gas industry here. A lot of comings and goings that aren't anything to do with today's news. So it's worth bearing that in mind when you're looking at the pictures here. Just by the runway, you can see 3 vehicles standing by. We understand that is roughly where the royal plane will end up today, although there could be changes due to the weather. We're not sure as of now. But again, we are expecting that flight any minute now.
Well, that's the situation there at Aberdeen Airport. David, if there's any development, we'll come to you straight away. David Shanks, our colleague there at Aberdeen. And so they're standing by, Nick, aren't they? And it seems that will be, what were you saying, about an hour to get
I would have thought
Balmoral?
so. Yeah, in the rather inclement weather, they won't want to rush too much. I'm just trying to figure out who the 7 members of the royal family rather than the royal household, I would have thought. And this is just me speculating, but off the top of my head, one imagines that it might be the Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex. Now, the Princess Royal, I think, is yes, up there.
Yes.
The Duke of Cambridge, travelling without Catherine, she's remaining at Windsor. We remember, of course, that their 3 children have just started at their new school, so it wouldn't be a good time for both of them to disappear from their new home in Windsor. And the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Now, that makes 6, so I'm just puzzling a little bit who the 7th might be. It could, of course, be the Earl of Snowdon, and we mustn't forget the other branches of the family who are all as equally involved and concerned, of course, as the members of the royal family themselves. But so that is, as you say, the situation. They have got at least a 45-minute road journey ahead of them, and as I say, it just may be that we will have to wait until they have arrived there and the family has had a chance just to be together before we learn anything further. But I do stress that that is just me speculating about that.
You were talking about earlier about Prince of Wales was been with Camilla in residence at Birkhall, which is not far away from Balmoral. But the understanding was that the Prince of Wales actually spent quite a lot of time with Her Majesty in recent weeks.
As I understand it, he's been dropping in most days. It is just a few miles from Birkhall to Balmoral Castle itself, and it would just, I think, be natural that he would wish to be spending as much time with his mother as possible, particularly if, as clearly has been the case, her health has been a matter of concern in recent times. So I think both Charles and Camilla have been there, and we saw, of course, Charles and Camilla at the Braemar gathering on Saturday, but the Queen was not there for these reasons of comfort connected to the mobility issue. But as we understand it, Charles and presumably Camilla as well are at Balmoral, presumably with the Princess Royal, now awaiting those other members of the royal family who will shortly, we would expect, to be boarding those 3 vehicles there, which are waiting on the tarmac at Aberdeen Airport. But of course, it is all rather more complicated by the weather up there.
Yes.
Liz Truss's aircraft was delayed by fog, had to circle around several times before it was able to land on Tuesday. And it was torrential rain, I know, because I was standing in it outside Balmoral. And so that makes that drive just not necessarily hazardous, but they will need to take care. It's not the sort of drive that they can do at breakneck speed.
We're told that the plane is approaching, Nick, so, and clearly, as you've said quite a few times, not easy to spot what's approaching in this weather. But I'm told it's within a minute of arrival, apparently. So let's hope that we can spot it as it comes. And if you're just joining us and watching these images and wondering what's going on, well, we're reporting on concerns for the Queen's health, and linked to that, the arrival of 7 members of the royal family in a flight that is about to land here at this location, which is Aberdeen Airport, which is not too far from Balmoral Castle, the Queen's estate in Aberdeenshire, where the Queen's been in residence since the month of July. The usual summer stay for the royal family in Balmoral, which has been going on despite the Queen's clear health issues. And that is why the Queen's been cared for there. She's getting all the care and attention that you'd expect from a very expert team of doctors and nurses and other experts. That's all happening at Balmoral Castle itself. It's not happening at the infirmary, the Royal Infirmary in Aberdeen. The Queen's been cared for at home, so to speak, her summer home, which she's very fond of, so she'll be feeling very much happy in the surroundings. We hope comfortable and not in any discomfort or pain, clearly. So the palace statement earlier was quite clear. It said that the Queen was resting and was comfortable, and that the doctors were nonetheless expressing concern about her health.
And I think, given the level of concern that there will be in this country and indeed around the world, in the Commonwealth and more widely, I would think that Buckingham Palace would have to say something, because otherwise, you know, if there is a vacuum, it will be filled by rumours, and there are already any number of rumours out there, and we must just stick to the facts, and we look to Buckingham Palace clearly to give us the facts, because an awful lot of people, millions and millions of people, will be tuning in now, wanting to know how the Queen is.
So this is the scene at Aberdeen Airport in the northeast of Scotland. At Aberdeen Airport, no stranger to weather which is, let's say, just a bit challenging. Today it is wet and it is foggy and it is possibly windy as well. And we can see an aircraft approaching.
An RAF, the same, it looks like the same aircraft that was used on Tuesday.
That's right.
A Falcon, I gather. But that is certainly not a commercial flight. That is, looks absolutely like the kind of RAF aircraft that would be used in a situation such as this, one of their smaller executive passenger aircraft, to bring these members of the royal family, we must assume, up to Aberdeen and then on to Balmoral, so that they can be at the bedside of their mother or their grandmother.
So touchdown at Aberdeen. In all likelihood, this is the plane carrying 7 members of the royal family, and it's just touched down, and I'm sure it'll be a fairly swift transfer from the aircraft to the vehicles that are waiting there just off the runway to take the members of the royal family, whoever they are, but Nick gave us a very credible list just now, and to take them over to Balmoral itself and to see how Her Majesty is doing, and to be present at the bedside there in Aberdeen, and to just monitor the Queen's care. So we think the Prince of Wales is certainly there already, and Princess Royal too, but we think that this plane has brought up possibly the Duke of Cambridge and the Earl of Wessex, possibly the Countess of Wessex, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, and the Duke of York probably as well. So we can't confirm the list, but if we can, we'll tell you right away. But the aircraft is now just taxiing and approaching the terminal building, and that is where the fleet of cars we saw earlier has stopped. But as we were discussing earlier, they'll now want to make pretty good progress on this road from Aberdeen, some 45 miles or so from Aberdeen to Balmoral itself. And it's a journey that you've undertaken, Nick, and I'm just wondering, is that a journey that is fairly straightforward or not?
Well, it's quite a windy road, and there are still quite a few tourists around, and as we were saying, it's clearly very wet up on D side at the moment. It's a very picturesque journey. It's a journey that all these members of the royal family will be well used to. They won't be driving, of course. They will have chauffeurs who will also be very used to it, and I would imagine that those vehicles have probably come out from Balmoral in order to pick them up, so they will be very used to the journey from Dice, which is where, of course, Aberdeen Airport is situated, through some towns, rather delightful towns with some quaint names, Campus of May and a few others that I can't just remember, until they get to Crathy. Crathy, the church there, of course, where the royal family worships on a Sunday when they're at Balmoral Castle, and immediately opposite that into Balmoral Castle and the estate itself, where the Queen has spent so many happy months over the years of her reign. So Aberdeen Airport's still busy with its normal commercial traffic, but this aircraft presumably now approaching where those vehicles are parked.
So 3 vehicles, we think, are standing by, which would easily accommodate, obviously, 7 members of the royal family. If it is 7, there may be 1 or 2 members of the royal household with them.
Quite possibly, yes. And I think the names that we mentioned a moment ago would seem to be the most likely passengers, and together with the late Princess Margaret's children, the Earl of Snowdon and Sarah Armstrong-Jones, who, of course, also very close to the Queen. So they would, I'm sure, wish to be there. And indeed many other members of the royal family, but I think these are the most immediate ones, obviously the children, the grandchildren, the nephews and nieces. But we perhaps will get a chance to see ourselves in just a moment.
Well, we may get a glimpse. I mean, it all depends, of course, where the aircraft comes to rest, and our line of sight might be blocked somewhat, but if we can see it, we'll do our best. Just carrying on down to where the agreed stop is, just at going back towards the landing position on the runway, but coming over to the left-hand side, and we'll stop fairly shortly, I think, because the vehicles we saw were parked just a few metres away from this kind of area.
I think we can be certain that the Duke of Cambridge, the Earl and Countess of Wessex and the Duke of York are on the aircraft. The Duke of Cambridge without Catherine, as we mentioned. Not quite sure who else may be on the aircraft.
Do you think the Sussexes will have come on the same?
Well, it would be logical, wouldn't it? And this, of all moments, is a moment for rapprochement, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
The coming together of the family. A sense of perspective, perhaps, may have overtaken them if they are coming up to see their ailing grandmother. But we have a very clear sight of it, unless it's about to disappear around a corner. But so we will see who's on the aircraft. But the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, of course, fortuitously just happen to be in this country at the moment. So it would seem to be logical that they too would wish to join other members of the immediate family in heading up to Balmoral Castle. So there are a couple of Range Rovers and another vehicle.
So, given the arrangements there, it'll be a very quick transfer, won't it, really? Once they're out of the aircraft, they'll be in the vehicle straight away and on their way, I'd imagine.
They will. Now, from which side of the aircraft are they going to disembark? I mean, it might just be if it's the far side that we won't... Oh, no.
No, it looks like this side, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the car's just pulling up. So let's keep a sharp eye on who's likely to emerge.
So whoever it is will be joining the Prince of Wales.
So we're told, Nick, I think, that 4 of the royals on the plane are William, Andrew, Edward and Sophie.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Steps are coming down pretty swiftly. So, not sure if we can have a slightly closer look, but here we are. So we're looking for the Duke of Cambridge, Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex. So 2 of the Queen's children, daughter-in-law and grandson. And that's our colleague Daniela Ralph suggesting that list for us.
Yeah.
But in line with what you were saying earlier, Nick.
So, the RAF officer, the pilot perhaps, has taken his position at the side of the steps, ready to salute. Goodness me, it's hard to tell, isn't it?
Very difficult to tell, yeah.
No, I think those are protection officers. Duke of Cambridge.
Yes. That's Duke of Cambridge just emerged from the aircraft.
Countess of Wessex, I suspect.
And we think the Countess of Wessex.
Earl of Wessex. Gosh.
That looks like the Duke of York, I think, doesn't it?
Yes.
I think it's the Duke of York. We caught a glimpse of the... I think we saw the Earl of Wessex as well.
Yeah, we did. Yes. Who is that? Well, I'm sorry, I can't identify who that is.
No, I can't either.
Maybe an official or another policeman, though he was getting into the back of the car.
I don't think that was a royal.
No, I would imagine that Tim Lawrence, the Princess Royal's husband, is up there with her. Anyway, they're off, speeding away.
So they've landed, and we certainly think that that now comprises Duke of Cambridge, Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, and they will now be making their way rather swiftly to Balmoral.
Yeah, now if our eyesight was true, there was no Duke and Duchess of Sussex there.
No.
Unless we just weren't able to spot them, but we were both looking pretty hard, and I must say I couldn't see them,
No.
so maybe they are making separate arrangements, so maybe there hasn't been any chance for a conversation aboard that aircraft, and no sign that I could see of Princess Margaret's children, so it appeared to be just the 4 members of the royal family, didn't it? So it will be, well, certainly I would say 45 minutes before they now reach Balmoral, and they will have a chance then to be appraised of the latest situation, whatever that is. They will have been summoned clearly this morning. It will have taken just a little bit of time to get this aircraft sorted out and to bring them all together and to set in motion the logistics of getting them up there. And we must now wait. We must just keep our concern to ourselves and wait for any definite information.
You're watching BBC News. If you're just joining us, this is our special coverage of events in Aberdeenshire, principally, where the Queen is in residence at Balmoral, where her doctors have expressed concern about her health. And we are covering events there, and of course back in London as well, and at Windsor. A statement from Buckingham Palace released earlier this afternoon around lunchtime, saying that the 96-year-old monarch was placed under supervision after further evaluation, but that she did remain comfortable. That was the word used. And the BBC understands that now all 4 of the Queen's children are either at the Balmoral estate or they are now travelling there, because we've just seen some arrivals at Aberdeen. The Prince of Wales went to Balmoral with his wife, the Duchess of Cornwall, and in the past few minutes we've seen a group of the royal family touching down at Aberdeen Airport, and they're already on their way to the Balmoral estate. Reactions to the Queen's health and to the concerns about it have come in since that statement at just after midday today. The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who only a couple of days ago was meeting the Queen at Balmoral, said the whole country will be deeply concerned by this news. And she said her thoughts, and those of everyone in the UK and the Commonwealth, are with the Queen and her family. And we are in a position now, I think, to talk to our medical editor, Fergus Walsh, who can join us. And Fergus, the question lots of viewers are asking this afternoon, and understandably so, asking questions about what doctors mean by comfortable, and when they talk about medical supervision, how intensive a supervision might that be, for example? They want to know about, trying to understand the phraseology being used.
Absolutely, Hugh. I think what we can say here is that the Palace have gone far further than they ever normally do. They normally don't give updates on members of the royal family's health, but the key phrase in the brief statement today was that doctors were concerned for Her Majesty's health. And then you've seen the arrival of key members of her family, her children, going to Balmoral now. And it is a shock for everybody, because we've all lived our lives with the Queen as a permanent fixture. She's 96 years old, and she's been in remarkably good health for pretty much all of that reign, only recently with those sporadic mobility issues. And just one thing, I mean, if you think that she has appointed 15 prime ministers, Hugh, over the years, the first one being Winston Churchill, who was born, I think, in 1874, and the latest, earlier this week, Liz Truss, who was born 101 years later. So that just gives you a sense of her longevity in terms of her service to the country. And she has had remarkably few health incidents until very recently. She spent a night in hospital in 2013, but I think with gastroenteritis. She's had a couple of minor operations, but apart from that, she has been in really robust health until the last year or so.
When we talk about people who are 96 years of age, Fergus, clearly it is no surprise that their health issues may well be accumulating. When we've talked about the Queen's mobility issues, that's a phrase, of course, used by Buckingham Palace itself. Again, that's given rise to some speculation. What is your guidance to viewers on that phrase, mobility issues?
Well, again, I have no special insights here on this, Hugh, because the Palace plays this very close to their chest. We saw her, we could all see in those photos earlier this week where she was greeting Liz Truss that she had a walking stick, but we've also seen some of the mobility issues that she's had which prevented her, for example, not attending the state opening of Parliament for the first time I think in around 60 years. So she is 96, and obviously she has been in remarkably good health for a 96-year-old, but the Palace has never been one to speculate or to give more than very, very short and brief statements on members of the royal family's health, and particularly the Queen's.
Fergus, many thanks for now. If there are any more points we'd like to raise in terms of questions that viewers are understandably asking, we'll be back. But thanks very much, Fergus Walsh, our medical editor. And with me here, of course, our royal correspondent, Nicholas Witchell, and Nick and I are doing what all of you are doing, which is waiting patiently for any news, if and when it comes. Nick, what would you say to sum up things so far?
I would say that there is deep concern. I think it is justified in saying deep concern given the movements of the family. I think that they would only be going en masse up to Balmoral, cancelling all their scheduled engagements today, breaking into their programme to be at the bedside either of their mother or of their grandmother if there was very real concern. I think Nicola Sturgeon used the word profound concern, and I think that that is the case. We have not been in this situation before, Hugh. We are in unknown territory really now, in which the head of state, our Queen for 70 years, is clearly suffering from significant health issues, sufficiently significant for her doctors to issue really an unprecedented statement expressing concern at her health, though adding that she was comfortable and is remaining at Balmoral. There appears to be no question of moving her to hospital. Now, this comes after several days during which we've seen, if you like, clues that the health situation was heading in a negative direction. The fact that she couldn't go to London for the appointment of the new Prime Minister, the fact that that Privy Council meeting last night had to be cancelled, and that she had been ordered to rest by her doctors. Well, that's just most unlike her. And then this news just before lunchtime today at around 12:20, the statement from Buckingham Palace concerning her health. And this after so many months when they have said absolutely a minimum of information. They just have refused to talk about it. They say we're not giving a commentary on her health. And in a sense, I suppose they haven't had very much to say, because I don't think that there have been any significant changes up until now. Now, there are any number of rumours out there. We're not going to get into rumours. We're just going to stick to the facts. And as you said, we now must wait, along with everybody who is watching us, to see what further information may emerge. But this situation that we find ourselves in, ominously, I think we can say today, is the culmination of this sequence of events which began last October, when clearly there was some change, some worsening of her health. That moment when she had to cancel that visit to Northern Ireland, when she was taken into hospital. And although she was ordered then to undertake light duties, she did recover. There was a weight loss, and we have seen her with the stick. This is when she was visiting Thames Hospice not so many weeks ago, and you can see the weight loss there, can't you, I think, in her face. But still determined, though with her stick and walking very carefully because of these mobility issues, but still there at the age of 96. Still keen to be out and about as head of state, meeting people, once-in-a-lifetime moments for those people at Thames Hospice, meeting the Queen, who has done so few public engagements in recent times, but they're taking an interest in people and just being the Queen. That person who is so respected, so revered, whether you are a supporter of the monarchy or whether you think that we should become a republic. I think there is a unanimous view that she has done and continues to do a quite remarkable job. And who can imagine doing this at the age of 96? She, in these images at Thames Hospice, is the one on her feet, engaging in conversation with so many people, so many tens of thousands of people whom she's met over the 70 years of her reign.
Will there ever be, you're bound to ask the question, Nick, will there ever be in future a figure who symbolises more effectively and more powerfully the sense of duty, the sense of commitment, the sense of dedication, the sense of a role that has been preordained in a way? And that is really something that lots of people today, I think, will be reflecting on.
I think it is. I think many people will be feeling, well, we will not see her like again. Now, that reign is not over. We have nothing to suggest that it is. We await any further news that there may be from Buckingham Palace. But I think that that is absolutely right. It has been a remarkable reign in so many respects, not just its longevity, the 70 years, the longest reign in British history. It is the degree of devotion that she has brought to it, the instinctive grasp that she has had of what it is that a monarch needs to represent, the humility that she has demonstrated. That really, you know, the humility is the key to why her reign has been such a success. Dutiful and steadfast and constant, but rooted in the humility that she spoke about on the evening of her coronation.
And all of this, we're talking about a remarkable person who wasn't born to this role. Wasn't meant to be.
Absolutely, no. I mean, born just, a few months before the general strike back in 1926. And at the time of her birth, although it was suspected that perhaps things might evolve in such a way that she might end up on the throne. But at that point, of course, she was the eldest child of the king's second son. So at that point, there was no real expectation that she would succeed to the throne. But history took the turn that it did, and her father took the throne in 1936. And then, of course, that placed her in direct line to the succession and to 1952, when, of course, her father died so unexpectedly, tragically young in his 50s, and she was thrust upon the throne at the age of just 25 years old when she came to the throne, and she has reigned and continues to reign in line with that pledge that she made, that she would reign and serve the peoples of the Commonwealth throughout her life, whether it be long or short.
Well, the remarkable thing is the visit to the hospice that you showed there, Nick, was actually conveyed exactly the same sense of purpose and energy and duty and keenness to meet people that we see on old film back in the 50s.
And, you know, I think, again, one of the keys is that she enjoys it. She enjoys the role of Queen, although by instinct quite a reticent person. She has a curiosity about people and things. She likes, I think, political gossip. She's very, very circumspect about it, but she, I think, just likes to know what's going on. Yeah. She likes to know what's going on in her country, and probably, you know, she has a better opportunity than most, actually, when she was out and about regularly, of course not in the past year, to speak to so many people, and they write to her. And so, you know, she has seen it as part of her role to try to sense what is the mood, what is the feeling around the country. Now, there have been ups and downs during the reign, of course there have. It would be remarkable, inconceivable if there hadn't been. But this is somebody who not only just, I think, enjoys the role that she finds herself in, but also has some of the characteristics of a sort of executive woman, you know, doing the job of Queen, all that paperwork, box after box, every day, you know, as they say, apart from Christmas Day, having to go through it. But, you know, there is something about her which quite enjoys being decisive, taking decisions, not political decisions, of course not, but being involved in the affairs of state and being privy to them. You know, this lady of 96 knows just about every secret there is about the United Kingdom and a few other Commonwealth countries as well, because all the state papers, she sees all of them, not just from the United Kingdom, but from the other nations of which, the 14 other nations of which she is also head of state. So sometimes I think people perhaps don't fully appreciate what does the Queen do. Well, it's this head of the nation role, but there is an awful lot of work that she does, which is not really seen by us, the public. But it fulfills an essential component in holding the nation together. You know, it is the embodiment of the crown. That is the entity to which all the principal organs of state owe their allegiance. And we shouldn't forget that, you know, and at some point in the future, we will have a new monarch. And at that point, it will then be important, I think, to separate the institution from the individual. I mean, when we do reach that point, and when the crown does pass from the Queen, you know, we're not there yet, but at some point that moment will come. And inevitably, I suppose, there will then be questions about, you know, how challenging, how difficult will it be for the new monarch, for the King Charles, as we presume he will be known. But at that point, we will need to remember that for 70 years, the monarchy has been so identified with this monarch that we've perhaps forgotten what the functions of the monarch are, that it is the constitutional settlement of the United Kingdom, the embodiment of it. Anyway, that's all to come. At some point, perhaps well, who knows? At this point, we just await any further news from the palace.
Well, at Buckingham Palace itself, we can see some people gathering there. Nick, it's a wet day, so you're not going to see huge crowds right now. But there are people gathering outside the gates because, you know, word has got out that there is concern about the Queen's health, and the traditional place to gather has been in front of Buckingham Palace. And there we have a great aerial image of the palace itself, with St James's Park just over to the left, and then Green Park up to the right-hand side, and then you can see the facade of Buckingham Palace there, with the Queen Victoria Memorial dominating the front part, that part of the mall that leads down to Buckingham Palace, and then the huge garden behind. Somewhere, of course, where the Queen has spent a lot of time over the years, Nick, but it's also fair to say, I hope I'm not being unfair saying this, possibly not her favourite residence.
No, I don't think it is. I mean, I think it's pretty well known. I think we're on safe territory here to say that Windsor is by far her favourite place, notwithstanding that it's directly under the flight path to Heathrow Airport. But I think she likes just the tranquility there. It's that sense that you're not as it were, living above the shop. You know, Buckingham Palace, of course, it's having this multi-million-pound renovation at the moment, and you know, as people within the palace would say, it badly needs it because, you know, the lighting and the plumbing doesn't work terribly well. But no, I think absolutely, because don't forget, the Queen at heart is a countrywoman. You know, she enjoys the country pursuits, the dogs and the horses, as we know. So there's a much greater opportunity to do that out at Windsor with the estate there, which the Duke of Edinburgh used to manage and run. She's got horses nearby. So yes, I think understandably Windsor is her favourite residence, and that is the castle to which we would expect her to return next month from Balmoral. But as I say, we are just waiting to see what may emerge.
But as you say, Buckingham Palace's headquarters, it's the office, it's the place of work and lots of the formal state ceremony, of course. And that's why there are crowds, of course, right in central London gathered there today, because they've heard about the concerns about the Queen's health, and they've gathered there just to see if there's any news at any point. And my colleague Damien Grammaticus is also there right now. He's just outside the palace. And Damien, you were telling us earlier about the messages of support and concern that have come from different leaders. And why don't you recap on some of that? Because there will be people joining us throughout the afternoon who've not been completely across what's been going on, aware, of course, of the reports of the concerns about the Queen's health. But take us through some of the leaders' thoughts as the day's gone on.
Well, Hugh, yes, that's right. I mean, of course, the first official announcement, or the official announcement, came from here officially through Buckingham Palace about the Queen's condition. And that official announcement, just to recap as well, was talking about the fact that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors were concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she may remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable, that announcement said. Now, when that came through, just shortly before that, news had started or rippled through the political world here in London. So in Parliament was sitting, the Prime Minister was there, the Leader of the Opposition. The news rippled through the chamber of the House of Commons as they were debating today. And very soon after, then we had that announcement from the Palace here, followed by then official announcements from those political leaders, official comments from those political leaders. And as you're saying, I'll give you a little flavour of those. So Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, who had just been to Balmoral on Tuesday to be asked by the Queen to form a government, she pretty quickly put out a statement saying the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across the United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family, Liz Truss said, echoed almost instantly by Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader. He said, along with the rest of the country, I am deeply concerned or deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family. I, along with everyone across the United Kingdom, hope for her recovery. The Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey, repeated those same statements. The nation's whole thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family. We all hope and pray for a full recovery. Those same sentiments again repeated throughout the United Kingdom. So we heard from Nicola Sturgeon in Scotland. Same sentiment again. All of us are feeling profoundly concerned that reports about Her Majesty's health. My thoughts and wishes are with the Queen and all the royal family. Mark Drakeford, the First Minister of Wales, same again, concerned to hear the news from Buckingham Palace. Send my best wishes on behalf of the people of Wales. And from Northern Ireland, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, leader of the Democratic Unionists, repeated the same thing again. So widespread concern from them. And then following that, also from the former Prime Ministers who would come here for their weekly audiences with the Queen. So both David Cameron and Tony Blair have put out very similar messages as well. And as you were just hearing from Nicholas Witchell there, I think, so 15 Prime Ministers now the Queen has seen during her reign, Liz Truss the most recent, and Queen too, head of state for some 14 other countries, Nicholas Witchell was just saying. So the concern about her condition, for her family, extending far beyond just London, far beyond these shores, places like New Zealand, Australia, to other countries around the world where they will be watching very closely. And remember too, other British overseas territories, far from here, Gibraltar, Bermuda, places like that also have an intimate connection with the Queen and will be looking on, sharing the same concern, the same sentiments echoed by political leaders today.
Damien, thank you very much. Damien Grammaticus there with some of the expressions of concern and the wishes being sent to the Queen and the family. We are looking here at images of Balmoral Castle. This is the entrance to the estate. This is where the Queen has been in residence since the month of July. It's the traditional summer residence for the Queen in the glorious surroundings of this part of Scotland. And as we look at these images, I'm just going to talk once again to Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, because there was some, lack of clarity earlier, Nick, about what the Sussexes were doing, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, who happen to be in the UK at the moment. Our understanding is, as we thought, they weren't on that aircraft, but they're on their way?
They are apparently travelling separately. So the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, yes, were not on the RAF aircraft that took the Duke of Cambridge, the Duke of York and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. Those four members of the royal family who we saw leaving the RAF aircraft at Aberdeen Airport and boarding those three vehicles which are now on their way to Balmoral. The Sussexes were not among them, but they are also travelling from London up to Aberdeen, so they will be joining the rest of the family at Balmoral Castle, but we are unaware of precisely what their travel arrangements are, whether they have their own separate private jet or whether they're boarding a commercial flight. We don't know at this stage.
So there we are, the gates of Balmoral, and this is where, Nick, we're expecting at some point to see the party that arrived at Aberdeen Airport making its way into the estate itself. As you said earlier, we've seen plenty of cars and vehicles leaving. We haven't seen many going in, but the 2 or 3 vehicles that left Aberdeen Airport a while ago, they should be arriving fairly soon, I'd have thought.
Yes, whether they go in by the main entrance there or whether they use one of the other many entrances of this large estate, and it may be that they would just wish to be rather more circumspect in the circumstances and not enter via the main gates, because they will know that there are a lot of media photographers and our television cameras and so on gathered at the main gate. But we shall see. But yes, I would have thought they're travelling through these towns, Banchory and Kincardine O'Neill and Aboyne, and then to Ballater, which is the town nearest to Balmoral. It is quite a lengthy journey, so and they won't be rushing unduly given the weather.
Let's talk to our Scotland correspondent, Lorna Gordon, who's at Balmoral. And we were just mentioning the conditions there, Laura, so it won't make for a very swift journey from Aberdeen, but tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, that will be a journey of a little over an hour from Aberdeen Airport, so we would anticipate seeing those members of the royal family here at the main entrance to the Balmoral estate at around 5 o'clock or a little after. The road here is still open to the public. Traffic is passing by the front of the castle gate. There is the normal armed guard presence outside Balmoral as well. That is usual for when the Queen is in residence here. But what is unusual is that the local car park, which is often, even at this time of the year, full of cars, of members of the public enjoying the area, coming to view the front of the Balmoral estate, that has been closed to the public at this time. And of course, there are some well-wishers gathering here outside Balmoral, and there are members of the press as well. There are some members of the public here quite emotional, which is unusual for people in this part of Scotland who are quite reserved. It is fair to say, one gentleman that we spoke to earlier said he hopes Her Majesty the Queen gets some comfort from being somewhere she loves. And she does love Balmoral. She has been coming to this estate, to this part of Scotland, since she was a child. It's very secluded, it's very secure. She has a great deal of privacy here. It's an area where she takes her dogs for walks in the local hills. The family have barbecues here. People are very loyal towards both the Queen and the royal family. I think it's fair to say many people view her as their neighbour. She goes to Crathy Church on a regular basis. The local minister recently was telling me how at one point she spoke in Doric, which is the local dialect, to a lady who was at the annual church fete. So it's an area that she is extremely fond of, and it's fair to say the people here are extremely fond of the Queen in return.
Lorna, thank you so much, and we'll obviously be waiting for the arrivals of the royal family members who've just arrived in the past hour or so at Aberdeen. But while we look at these images, and as I say, we are monitoring reports from Balmoral where doctors have expressed concern about the state of the Queen's health. I'm going to bring in Dr. Ed Owen, who's the royal historian and author of The Family Firm, Monarchy, Mass Media and the British Public. Dr. Owens, thank you so much for joining us. It's good to have you with us.
Good afternoon.
So we are waiting for news, Ed, I think it's fair to say. We're not speculating. We're waiting to see what the royal household tells us about what's going on. But clearly, because of the circumstances of the day, we are thinking about the immense contribution the Queen has made to public life and indeed to the life of the Commonwealth. And given what you've been writing about the royal family and what you call the family firm, what is your reflection today on what the Queen has achieved?
Well, it's days like these, Hugh, and earlier days in the year when she wasn't able to be present at key public events. Those moments really bring into sharp focus the fact that this reign is drawing to a close. We've known that for some time. And it's left historians like me wondering about what is her legacy. And I think the great legacy of Elizabeth II is that really she is Britain's greatest constitutional monarch. She is the purest example of the politically neutral monarch. That has been her forte, and it's meant that her reign has been uncontentious, uncontroversial, because she hasn't voiced her political opinions.
I suppose that for lots of people, they consider that to be the ideal form of monarchy, as you say. And yet one imagines that in an age where people speculate so much, where social media can be an incredibly kind of toxic space as well, how difficult has it been for the Queen to maintain that kind of neutrality?
It's been extremely challenging, not least because we do live in a more angry age, I think it's fair to say, and politics has become polarised. There has been a movement away from the centre towards both the left and the right in recent years. And it therefore makes the job of monarch, of constitutional monarch, that much more difficult. So I think being able to be guarded in terms of voicing her opinions, that, as I say, has been her forte. Of course, there have been occasional moments, for example, in relation to Scotland, where you're reporting from today, where she has voiced subtle concerns about the state of the Union and her desire that England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland do remain together. Very rarely she has voiced concerns about that.
It's true, of course, and she did so back in 1977, which was before the 79 referendums in Wales and Scotland. So, but those were notable exceptions. I think it's fair to say there was lots of speculation, for example, around the Brexit period about what Her Majesty's views on that might or might not be. But she steadfastly really refused to be drawn on any of it.
Yes, and you're absolutely right. And as we see, no matter her political opinion, she has gone through the routine, the duty of welcoming new prime ministers into office, bidding others farewell, as we saw earlier this week. And she's done that throughout her reign, stretching right back, of course, to Winston Churchill.
There's another aspect, of course, as well, which is that the audiences with prime ministers, which we've heard so much about, and there was one, of course, on Tuesday with the new Prime Minister Liz Truss, that traditionally is said to be a forum where the Queen will allow herself to express a view on politically sensitive things, in the full knowledge, of course, that the audience is totally confidential. So one imagines that there are quite a few former prime ministers, and indeed the current one, who will be aware of the Queen's views on some rather touchy subjects.
I think that's certainly the case. But as you rightly point out, those audiences with prime ministers are meant to be strictly confidential. It has occasionally happened that indiscreet prime ministers have let some of their conversations be known, either through their own memoirs or through other channels. But generally speaking, the prime ministers have maintained the silence around those key audiences that they have weekly with the Queen, where she has been known to certainly warn, advise, and encourage prime ministers in different ways.
So here's the tricky question, I suppose, Ed. When the transition happens, whenever it is, and hopefully it won't be yet, we will, of course, be looking at the likely accession of someone who has been very happy to and determined to express views on some things. Now, what will that mean in terms of recalibrating the kind of relationship between a monarch and the British people who've become used to, as you rightly say, this pattern, this very stable pattern that we have now?
Well, I think it's first of all important to note that Prince Charles said on the anniversary of his 70th birthday in a programme, I think that was made by the BBC, that when he did eventually accede to the throne, he would stop uttering his political opinions. He would stop stating his views publicly, i.e. he would play the role of a good constitutional monarch. I think that is what is expected of him. I think the public expect him to follow the model of his mother. And nevertheless, he has shown himself to be a man of a broad range of opinions. I suppose it remains to be seen whether the new monarch, when that day does come, does continue the example, and I think it is an exemplary model that Elizabeth II has demonstrated, or whether they do things differently. Because, of course, if they do court controversy by uttering their political ideas, then that is the way to create problems, because suddenly they find themselves on the opposite side to public opinion, or a section of public opinion.
Dr. Ed Owens, very good to talk to you, and thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Dr. Ed Owens there, the author of The Family Firm, Monarchy, Mass Media and the British Public, 1932 to 1953. It's good to talk to him. Here we are, a nice contrast of images here, don't we? On the right-hand side, some of the flight past, which the Queen enjoyed so much during the Platinum Jubilee. That was the opening day of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations after the birthday parade on Horse Guards Parade, which she'd not been able to attend, but there was the balcony appearance which delighted so many people, and the Queen clearly enjoyed it, and they're in the company of quite a few generations of the royal family, and the 70, of course, being marked out by the aircraft in the sky. A really amazing display by the Royal Air Force on that day, and it was a combination of lots of different aircraft, of course, on the day itself, including as a big finale the Red Arrows, who by tradition will really signal the end of the big flypast. There you are, and that was the end of a very big flypast for the Platinum Jubilee, the 70th year of the Queen's reign. And no one questioned really about whether the Queen really kind of enjoyed every second of that, because she obviously did. And then on the left-hand side of the screen we have this rather different image, which is a rather dull, wet day at Balmoral, where the Queen is now in residence, and where the monarch's health is a source of great concern, profound concern, according to the First Minister of Scotland, right now. The Queen's health is causing anxiety to her doctors and to the family. The family that we can see there on the balcony back at the Jubilee, well, quite a few of those on the balcony are either at Balmoral now, including Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall, the Princess Royal there, and the Duke of Cambridge, he's on his way. And there we have some of the crowds gathered at Buckingham Palace today. And all eyes really and all thoughts focused on Balmoral, where the Queen's comfort, of course, the Queen's medical care, very much the priority for everyone. And all we can do now is to take note of the report that was issued at lunchtime, which was that the doctors were concerned about her health. It's something they've not said before, so it was something that alerted everyone to the seriousness of the situation. And then to await a further statement from the palace whenever that comes. We have no guidance on that. It would be nice to have a statement from the palace saying that the Queen has improved and that she feels better, but we have no idea when the next statement will come. I'm going to bring in the royal commentator Victoria Howard, who's the editor of the Royal News website, the Crown Chronicles. Victoria, thanks very much for joining us. And what are your reflections as we follow these events today?
I think it's the concern that everyone is showing about the monarch. Of course, as you said, it's very unusual for the palace to comment in this way that her doctors are concerned about the state of her health. So naturally, that's put everyone on kind of high alert as to what's actually going on. She's been a little bit in decline with her mobility issues in recent months, and it does just send alarm bells ringing, particularly as the family are trying to go and see her, with many people, speculating on what that actually means.
We're just obviously following the reports of who's on their way to Balmoral. I understand at this stage, actually, Victoria, that the Duke of Sussex is on his way there, but he didn't travel with the other group. But that the Duchess of Sussex, apparently, contrary to reports we had earlier, is not travelling to Balmoral. What do you make of that?
I think that's kind of unusual, actually. Of course, we've had a bit of a tumultuous time with the royals and Harry and Meghan in recent years with their interviews and talking about their situation and experience of the royal family. So that does strike me as a little bit odd when most of the royals that are going in couples. Charles and Camilla, for example, we think Edward and Sophie have travelled together. So slightly strange, but we don't believe the Duchess of Cambridge is there either. So perhaps that's more looking after the children, thinking of the wider family. So just sending kind of the most close members of the family to see her. But maybe it does indicate something to do with the state of the relationship. Of course, we can only speculate about that. But of course, things aren't always quite as rosy as they might seem within the House of Windsor on that front.
As we see crowds gathering at the palace, and as we were saying earlier, it's not the kind of day in central London where lots of crowds are going to come out at this point anyway because of the rain, and looking for, I suppose, messages and wanting to leave messages of support for the Queen. It's a good moment for us to reflect, Victoria, really on the kind of presence and the kind of, I suppose, consistency, the reassurance that the Queen's presence has given so many people over so many decades.
I agree completely. And that's one thing that comes up time again when people kind of look at the monarchy and say, well, what does it do? Are there any benefits to it? That consistency, that reliability is one of those. She's been the head of state for over 70 years, and for her to no longer be there potentially, of course, the day will eventually come. That will be a huge change. So few people can remember a world without the Queen in it as the monarch, as our head of state. And that consistency, always knowing that she is there, is very comforting to people. You only have to look at the pandemic and the message that she gave, the video message, "We will meet again," and how much people respected her for giving that comforting message at that time when the people really needed it, to know that actually that is one of the core benefits of having a monarchy in the UK. So I think people turning out at the palace is definitely just a sign of that. They're showing their good wishes. She's a very well-respected woman, and it's just a sign that people are thinking of her and the wider royal family at this difficult time.
events have moved at such a rapid rate over the past few years, Victoria, haven't they, really? Because we're talking about the Queen, who has her own health problems, clearly, and then on top of that, the challenge of the pandemic and lockdown, and the very poignant image of the Queen sitting alone at St George's Chapel, having lost her husband of 73 years. So the pressures here, not just to do with whatever health problems the Queen is dealing with, but also to do with the stresses and strains of dealing with grief and loss as well.
Absolutely, and I think many people will recognise that in their own families, that it's often very difficult for the person left behind of an older couple, and that can have a detrimental effect on their health. Not only that, the stresses of dealing with public life. You know, the Queen only really takes 2 days off a year, Christmas Day and Easter Sunday, when she doesn't have her government red box of papers. There's always something going on for her, and at 96, that goes well beyond the realm of the ordinary pensioner age to kind of slow down. We have seen that in recent years, Charles stepping up a bit more to take on some of those roles from her, most notably recently at the state opening of Parliament. But it has to be remembered that is such a lifelong pressure as monarch that it must take its toll. And she's enjoyed remarkably good health over the decades otherwise. So she's been very, very fortunate.
Victoria, good to talk to you. Thank you very much. Victoria Howard there, adding to the analysis today. She's editor of the Royal News website, The Crown Chronicles. So our thanks to Victoria. I'd like to go back to Windsor if I can, because that is where my colleague Helena Wilkinson is keeping an eye on things for us. Helena, we're seeing some crowds gathering at Buckingham Palace, and I'm just wondering what the position there is at Windsor.
Well, we've spoken, Hugh, to a number of people in the town centre. For those who aren't aware, the castle is situated right in the centre of Windsor. It's a royal town. A number of people emotional after hearing the news about the Queen's health. Some people have met the Queen, of course, and many locals here who live in this area very much consider the Queen as a local, as one of their neighbours. So there is a great concern about the Queen's health and hearing the news. The castle, of course, attracts a lot of visitors every year. There have been a number of them emerging from the gates after visiting the castle today. Some heard news about the Queen's health while inside, but others were completely unaware when they came out. In terms of when you spoke about the Duke of Cambridge there, who we know is on his way to see his grandmother at Balmoral, we know that the Cambridges recently made the move here to Windsor, where they live now is about a mile away from the castle here. And we saw those images, didn't we, today, of the Cambridge children starting their first full day at Lambrook School, which is in Berkshire. So we understand that the Duchess of Cambridge has not travelled with the Duke of Cambridge, and one suspects that is probably because she wants to be there to support her children, their three children after their first day. As we've heard as well, this castle, Windsor Castle, is where the Queen spent much of the last 2.5 years. It is one of her favourite royal residences and probably her favourite working royal residence. It's a place where she feels very comfortable. She loves the castle. It's got a lot of green space around here. And she spent much of lockdown, of course, with her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. They celebrated in November 2020 their 73rd wedding anniversary here. So they were spent a lot of time here together during that period. She has, of course, traditionally spent the summer months in Balmoral, so she was last here at Windsor Castle in July, and normally she would tend to return here to Windsor Castle in October. But in terms of the town centre itself, Hugh, a great deal of concern after that news of the Queen's health. That statement probably worth repeating for viewers who haven't heard, who are just joining us, that statement from Buckingham Palace, which we got just after 12:30 this afternoon. It says, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The statement goes on to say the Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. But as we've been talking about throughout the afternoon, very rare for the palace to issue statements about the Queen's health. It is very much considered a private matter. So I think given they've released this statement, added to that the fact that very quickly we've seen members of the Queen's immediate family travel to Balmoral, I think there is a great deal of anxiety and concern about how the Queen is.
Helena, thank you very much. Latest there at Windsor from Helena Wilkinson, and we're looking now at images from Balmoral and now Buckingham Palace, where there are more crowds gathering. We mentioned earlier that our understanding now was that the Duke of Sussex, Harry, is not travelling up to Balmoral with his wife, with Meghan. It's understood that Meghan will be remaining in London. She'll not attend the Well Child Awards, which was the next thing on the diary. But it's said the Duchess could potentially join Harry in Scotland at a later date following this change of plan. Nicholas Witchell is with me. What do we make of that, Nick?
Yes, what do we make of that? Well, I guess that they have concluded that this really isn't a moment for Meghan to be there with the other close members of the family, with the Queen. So she has stayed at Windsor. We know that the Duchess of Cambridge has stayed at Windsor because, of course, the three children are just starting at the new school. So there is every reason why perhaps she would be required to remain at home. Why the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan, has stayed behind? Well, undoubtedly people will speculate about that. But I think that perhaps they just felt that this wasn't a moment for her to be up at Balmoral, really. She might not be terribly warmly welcomed, to be perfectly candid about it. But I'm sure that there will be an opportunity at some point for the family all to come together.
When we look at the latest information that we have, we don't have a lot, Nick, as we know beyond the statement made at lunchtime by the medical team, which is that they're concerned about the Queen's health, which is why you're watching this special coverage from BBC News. We're reporting on the doctor's concern about the Queen's health and the alarm, understandably, that has caused. And the concern is sufficient, indeed, for the Queen's close family to be making its way to Balmoral as we speak, and some of them already there, including the Prince of Wales and the Princess Royal. But the Duke of Cambridge, for example, Duke of York, the Earl of Wessex, they are all on their way to Balmoral, having landed at Aberdeen Airport within the past hour or so. So they won't be too long before getting there. The focus on Buckingham Palace in London, clearly understandable, because that is the building associated with the royal family, and that great balcony where the Queen was so happily appearing on the first day of the Jubilee celebrations back in June. Just to sum up where we are right now, Nick, because it's now 10 to 5. That statement was at least 3.5 hours ago. So what would you say to viewers who are just joining the coverage as we speak?
I think the mood, as we've been saying, Hugh, the mood is sombre. The concern is deep. I think the fact, as we've been saying, that Buckingham Palace has expressed the concern being felt by the royal doctors, and the fact that so many members of the close family have broken off from their arrangements today and flown as quickly as possible up to Balmoral en route to Balmoral Castle at the moment. I think that says everything, really. I've been wondering also whether the fact that there does not appear to be any consideration for the sort of medical intervention that would require a hospital visit, that perhaps also is telling. The Queen, we were told in that statement just after midday, is comfortable at Balmoral. Well, we just must wait for any further information, but one does not get the impression that they are considering the kind of treatment, the kind of response that would require her removal to Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. That would be a journey of nearly 50 miles, so that in itself would be quite challenging. So whatever it is that the royal doctors are doing, whatever treatment they are able to apply. That is happening at Balmoral, and we can be sure that they will have made all the arrangements that can be made to ensure that treatment, appropriate treatment, is possible. But again, we are in danger of speculating. Far better that we wait for any hard facts. At the moment, there is no sign of anything from the palace, but it may be, I stress it may be, that they are awaiting the arrival of these other members of the royal family so that they can just be appraised of the latest situation before anything further is said.
Okay, well, that's the position as we speak. Thank you, Nick. And let's join Lorna Gordon, our colleague there at Balmoral. We're looking at the main entrance to the estate there, Lorna, and no sign yet then of the arrivals from Aberdeen Airport.
No, Hugh, no sign of those arrivals. It is a journey of around 40 miles, but the gates to the Balmoral estate, these main gates, at the moment remain closed. There are, of course, other entrances to the estate, but one would expect a motorcade like this to arrive through the main entrance. The road here can be slow at this time of year. It's still heavy with tourists, and it is quite windy. The weather, of course, is also quite poor today here in the north of Scotland, but one would anticipate the royal household to arrive here at around 5 o'clock, perhaps a little after. Of course, this is an area where which the royal family knows well. It is an area that the Queen is extremely fond of. She's been coming to the Balmoral estate since she was a child. She spends almost every summer here. She arrived this year, mid-July, so she's been in residence for a little over 8 weeks. It is an area where she is said to feel most at home, and certainly it's very secure, secluded, and extremely peaceful. The family is known to have barbecues here. She goes for long walks in the hills. She's been known to pass members of the public from time to time, and indeed, people who live in this area are extremely fond of the Queen. When I have spoken to people in the neighbouring towns and villages in the past, they have talked of her as being their neighbour. They're extremely protective of both Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family. Crathie Kirk, she's a member of the congregation, is just a few hundred metres down the road. The minister there, when last I spoke to him, told me some anecdotes of her time here. She regularly attends the local church fete. In fact, one year, one of the congregation spoke to her in the local dialect here, which is known as Doric. And the Queen replied in kind. She knows the local dialects spoken by people here in this Aberdeenshire area. So she loves this area, and people who live in this area, in turn, are very fond of her. We saw her, of course, in those pictures a little earlier this week on Tuesday, when she met the outgoing and incoming Prime Ministers. She looked in good form. She was smiling in those photographs, but ordinarily this is not a place where she performs public and official duties. This is a very private place for the Queen, and a place which she is said to cherish.
OK, Lorna, thank you. Lorna Gordon, our Scotland correspondent there, live outside Balmoral, where the rain is lashing down. You're watching this BBC News special on the significant health concerns of a team of doctors who are taking care of the Queen at Balmoral. We just heard the latest there from an estate that is relatively secluded, certainly, compared to our next location, where Damien Grammaticus is standing by at Buckingham Palace. Damien, the news a little bit earlier on today that the doctors in Scotland were concerned about the Queen's health, coming as Liz Truss was making a rather important statement concerning the future of energy bills. That, of course, insignificant now, given the gravity of the situation we seem to be experiencing with Her Majesty.
Well, certainly overshadowed, Clive, yes, by that announcement from the palace here. I should say that rain clouds have just blown through here too, and you can probably see all the umbrellas that people gathered here. I mean, earlier today, the usual visitors, tourists here, and as that announcement came from the palace, the news sort of spread through crowd here, and there was concern here. Concern too from just down the road in the Palace of Westminster, the House of Commons. The announcement or the news obviously sort of spread through the chamber as that debate about energy policy was happening. New Prime Minister Liz Truss was there, the leader of the opposition was there, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey, was there. They were very quickly briefed and have then released statements, all of them, all repeating similar things, all saying, as Liz Truss did, that the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace, and extending thoughts of people across the UK with Her Majesty and her family. Sir Keir Starmer, same thing as well. He said he, along with the rest of the country, is deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace. Sir Ed Davey, the whole nation's thoughts and prayers with Her Majesty the Queen, both of them saying everyone was hoping for her recovery. That debate obviously ongoing, or went on into the afternoon, but as you say, attention is very much focused onto the Queen, her health, the royal family, and other prime ministers who served under her then came out and have also been sending their thoughts at this time. So Tony Blair, and he came out, David Cameron came out. What we've heard this afternoon is simply from Downing Street, so across St James's Park here, Downing Street not very far away. The Prime Minister's official spokesman, he has simply said this afternoon that Liz Truss is now working in Downing Street. There will be no more updates said from Downing Street itself about any communications with the palace. Updates will come from the palace, and no plans for the Prime Minister Liz Truss to travel to Scotland today or tomorrow.
Okay, Damien, I mean, the Queen has dealt with 15 Prime Ministers through her long reign, the first Sir Winston Churchill, and of course she invited Liz Truss to become Prime Minister just this week. She's not only been a constant in the social life of this country, but also in the political life of this nation as well.
Yes, exactly, absolutely, and right back, as you say, to Winston Churchill, her first Prime Minister through the 70 years that she's been on the throne. 15 Prime Ministers, as you say. I think at that same time, a dozen US presidents have passed through office as well. Those 15 Prime Ministers have been used to that constant presence with the Queen, coming here for weekly audiences at Buckingham Palace. The guidance, the audiences they've had with her have been a feature throughout, and we know that that has been, I think, an important, part of those prime ministerial offices. The guidance she could give, the experience that she could bring to bear, and the relationships that she built, and also the relationships that she's built around the world, because she obviously has been a highly travelled monarch. Head of state of 14 other countries, so crucially important role in places like Canada, Australia. That rain is really coming down now, so you may well hear it on our shelter here. So important, yes, absolutely important role in the political life of this nation, but also of many other nations too, and of course 54 nations of the Commonwealth too. So countries spread across the Caribbean, Africa, and beyond. And in all of them too, I'm sure the situation now, the Queen's health, being watched very closely and with real concern.
Indeed. Okay, Damien, thank you. Damien Grammaticus reporting for us live as the heavens open there at Buckingham Palace. Good afternoon. You're watching BBC News. It is just after 5 o'clock, and the The top story, of course, is that the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral in Scotland after doctors became concerned for her health. And we've had a statement from Buckingham Palace, which was released earlier this afternoon, which said that the 96-year-old monarch was placed under supervision after further evaluation, but she remains comfortable. The BBC understands that all 4 of her children are either inside the grounds of the Balmoral estate in Aberdeenshire or are travelling there. That's the plane that landed within the last hour or so with members of her family, arriving on an RAF plane there in Scotland to be by her bedside. We know that Prince Charles has travelled to the estate with the Duchess of Cornwall. In the last hour, that's the plane that landed there. And on board was the Duke of Cambridge, Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. Prince Harry is also on his way, we understand, to Balmoral, but he's travelling without his wife, Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex. Well, throughout the day, reactions have been pouring in, with the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, saying the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news of the Queen's health. And she said her thoughts and those of everyone in the UK are with the Queen and her family. This was just 2 days ago, of course, when the new Prime Minister was officially asked by the Queen to form a government at Balmoral, Miss Truss becoming the 15th Prime Minister of the Queen's reign. And of course, that event taking place not in London, as would normally be the custom, but in Balmoral, in Scotland, due to the Queen's health. Well, the day started as planned with a statement from the Prime Minister on a package of measures to help people with soaring energy bills. It was the biggest announced in post-war history. But as the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, set out her plans, the debate was interrupted with the news of the Queen's health. And the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, interrupted proceedings to send the best wishes of everyone in Parliament.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment. I'm going to take no more, if there is anything else, we will update the House accordingly. Thank you.
Speaker of the House, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, speaking a little earlier. We've had some reaction coming in from the White House. The President's thoughts are on the Queen. That is from the United States. These pictures of the members of the royal family who've arrived on that private plane, that RAF plane, in the last hour or so, and those are the vehicles arriving there at the Balmoral estate. We understand with members of the close family of the Queen there to be by her bedside. The rain lashing down at Balmoral there, the Queen having been there for quite a few weeks now. And as I say, she has been having mobility problems, it's been pointed out, and unable to take part in a number of engagements. Our royal correspondent Nick Witchell is here with me.
What a bleak
the
day,
vehicles there, yeah.
What a bleak day, both here in London and at Balmoral. The rain lashing down, those 3 vehicles which have made the journey from Aberdeen Airport. We saw them there moving in through the main gates of Balmoral Castle. So the family now is really together. Prince Charles and Camilla have been there for some hours because, of course, they live nearby at Birkhall. The Princess Royal also in Scotland at Balmoral at the moment, so she has been there for some hours. But now the rest of the close family, the other children, the Duke of York and the Earl and Countess of Wessex, they were in those vehicles. And the Duke of Cambridge travelling without his wife Catherine, who has remained in Windsor to be with their 3 children who started school today. No sign of the Duke of Sussex so far. He is travelling separately, as we understand it. It's not quite clear how. There was a scheduled flight, I think, arriving in Aberdeen just a few moments ago, but it's not clear whether he was on that or whether he's made his own separate travel arrangements. But so the family is together. There is no sign of any further information from Buckingham Palace, or no suggestion that they will be anything in the next little while, but I would imagine that they will need to say something because the level of interest, the level of concern, we're not just talking about this country. This is a story that is dominating headlines around the world and which is eliciting expressions of concern from political leaders in just about every major country. This is a monarch, a head of state, longest reigned, longest living in our history, but this is somebody who is greatly respected and admired by other heads of state and other politicians in every part of the world.
Indeed, you talk, Nick, about that concern globally. I mentioned a little earlier the White House's press secretary, Joe Biden's press secretary. Apparently he has said his thoughts are with the Queen and her family. Justin Trudeau of Canada has tweeted, "My thoughts and the thoughts of Canadians across the country are with Her Majesty the Queen at this time. We're wishing her well and sending our best to the royal family." That's the tweet from the Canadian Prime Minister there, Justin Trudeau. The family are now gathered at Balmoral, a place that is a little bit more secluded and offering a measure of more privacy, perhaps, than Buckingham Palace. And I suppose it's a place that the Queen has loved and adored for such a long time now, and perhaps the place where her doctors, who are concerned about her health, perhaps where she is most comfortable, one might argue.
Well, it's certainly a place that offers considerable peace and tranquility, as Lorna Gordon was saying just a few moments ago. It is a favourite place, a favourite residence of the Queen. She has known it since her childhood, and I think that she will have really been very determined and keen to get there for her extended summer break after a period when her health clearly has been questionable. She'd been unable, as we know, to get to some of the significant events in the Jubilee, and I'm quite sure that she was looking forward to an opportunity just to get away up to Scotland. And we mustn't forget her Scottish roots. Her mother was Scottish. Yes. She feels a great affinity with Scotland. We speculated earlier about her undoubted private concern about the state of the Union. That is something that is very close to her heart, but very close privately to her heart, because she, above all, would recognise the constraints of her constitutional position. She would never express a view on that, but I think it was very important to her to feel that the United Kingdom would remain the United Kingdom. But look, this isn't an afternoon to be going in that direction. It is an afternoon to be considering the current state of her health. On that, we are unable to share any further information beyond that which Buckingham Palace put out just before lunchtime. This unprecedented statement from her doctors, notwithstanding that it is now some months since there was a change in direction in her health, excuse me, last October, when she undertook light duties, when she was advised to rest. And we have seen much less of her since last October, throughout this summer, much less of her during the Jubilee and so on. But throughout those many months, the palace, the doctors have never felt it necessary to indicate that her state of health was giving rise to concern. Now, they don't use that word lightly. If they say they are concerned, then it is clear that something of deep concern has happened or has changed. There are rumours, but nobody knows actually what has happened other than the members of the medical household, the members of the royal household who are there, and now the family members who are inside Balmoral Castle and who one assumes are at the Queen's bedside and being brought up to date with what the latest situation is. I think, as I was saying a moment or two ago, the fact that there appears to be no consideration being given to moving her to hospital, that would suggest that there is no further treatment, significant treatment, that is being contemplated. Whatever it is that is being done, we must assume is being done at Balmoral Castle. And we can assume, I think, very safely that the medical household will have ensured that all the sort of medical arrangements that might be necessary will have been made, that contingency plans will have been thought through, so that whatever it is, whether it is the episodic mobility issue, which has clearly been troubling her, which prevented her from travelling down to London for the appointment of the new Prime Minister, or whether there is and has been some underlying condition that they have never actually described or shared with us, as must be the suspicion, I think, but we do not know, because quite rightly the Queen's health is regarded as a matter of which is due patient confidentiality, and which is entitled to patient confidentiality, and which is essentially a private matter. Yeah. So that, you know, is the situation. The other members of the family have arrived. We saw them sweeping into Balmoral just a few moments ago, and we just await whatever further news may emerge, and I stress the word may, because there is no sign at this point of anything further from Buckingham Palace, but that could clearly break just at any moment and change at any moment.
Indeed, it could. Pictures on the left there, the estate at Balmoral in Aberdeenshire, where doctors are concerned for the health of the Queen. Members of her family have arrived on an RAF plane in the last hour and a half, and they travelled the 40 or so miles over to Balmoral from the airport, and they've just arrived in the last 15-20 minutes or so. Some of the comings and goings there at Balmoral, and of course, Nick, over the last couple of engagements, I think it can be said, we've seen the Queen using a walking stick.
Yeah, well, we first saw that actually last September, I think it was, after she, early October, after she returned from Balmoral last year, and it was actually at Westminster Abbey, at a service marking the centenary of the Royal British Legion, that we saw her using a walking stick for the first time in public. And she was then in Cardiff for the an event at the Welsh Parliament, and it was just after that, those two engagements, when everything seemed to be all right, albeit that she had a stick. It was then on October the 20th that something changed, because that was the day when they cancelled her visit to Northern Ireland at very short notice and put out a statement to say that she had been advised by her doctors to rest. And she was then brought into the King Edward VII Hospital in London for some tests, for a preliminary investigation. We were never told what that was all about. Okay, again, patient confidentiality. You remember the palace tried to bring her into hospital without making a public statement about it. It emerged the following day that she'd been in and kept overnight. And that was the moment at which something changed. It's been suggested that perhaps she had a fall, or we don't know. And fair enough, I mean, that is all private and so on. But since then, there has been a significant weight loss, and we have seen much, much less of her. She has missed these significant events, and I sense that there has been just a gradual deterioration in her health. Nothing certainly until today, nothing sudden, but she has looked more and more frail, and I think by consensus she looked pretty frail in the photograph of her with Liz Truss on Tuesday.
Indeed. Okay. Nick, thank you. Nick Witchell, our royal correspondent, who's been keeping us up to date with developments throughout the day. And I think we can go now to our royal correspondent, Helena Wilkinson, who's live at Windsor. Helena, it seems the sun has crept out where you are. It's lashing it down at Buckingham Palace, lashing it down in Scotland. Does that suggest that perhaps there may be a few more people outside where you are wanting to know what's going on?
Yeah, it was pouring with rain earlier here, Clive, sorry, but the residents in Windsor, we've spoken to a number of locals on the high street who have been emotional on hearing the news about the Queen's health. Some people have met the Queen. We spoke to one woman who heard the news and came from West London, about half an hour away. She wanted to be here outside the castle. Windsor Castle, of course, is one of the Queen's favourite royal residences. She spent most of the last 2.5 years or so here since the COVID pandemic, the first lockdown. She spent the time here with her late husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. So she holds the castle very dear to her, and it's a place that she very much likes to be. She left here, of course, in July to go to Balmoral, which is what she traditionally does to spend her summer months there. And traditionally she would return to Windsor Castle in October. But the feeling you get here in Windsor, having spoken to locals and also tourists as well who are emerging from the gates here at Windsor Castle, is one of concern, one of anxiety about the Queen, and also people are just wanting to know exactly how she is. I think it's worth repeating that statement that we had from the Palace earlier on today, that statement which we got at just after 12:30 this afternoon. That statement said that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The statement went on to say the Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. But we know from previous experience that the Palace often don't give a running commentary. They don't issue statements about the Queen's health, as Nick was just mentioning, because they very much regard those matters as private matters. So for them to issue that statement, doctors concerned about the Queen's health, she is comfortable, that statement said earlier on today. But if you add to that what we've seen very quickly after that statement, immediate members of the royal family travelling to Balmoral to see the Queen, I think if you add those two together, it just gives you a sense of the concern about how the Queen is. In terms of those who are going to Balmoral, members of the royal family, the Duke of Cambridge is one of them. He and his family recently moved here to Windsor, about a mile away or so from Windsor Castle. Their children, their 3 children, started at a new school in Berkshire, their first full day today, and we saw pictures this morning of the children arriving at their new school. We understand that the Duchess of Cambridge has not travelled with her husband, the Duke of Cambridge. Instead, she is staying here in Windsor. Not surprising, given that their children have started their first full day, and she will no doubt want to be with them. But yes, there is concern, anxiety, not just tourists but also locals here who regard the Queen very much as a resident, very much as one of their neighbours.
Helena, thank you very much. Helena Wilkinson there for us with the latest at Windsor, just reflecting the fact there that a few more people gathering there at Windsor. Now, we mentioned some of the arrivals at Balmoral. Take a look at this image. We've just been sent this image of the Duke of York and we think it's the Earl of Wessex, yes, in the same vehicle speeding towards Balmoral. What do we make of that, Nick?
Gosh, well, that's a question, isn't it? I'm not going to respond to that, Hugh, because I think it is impossible to read anything into that photograph. They look sombre.
Yes.
But they would
yes.
be sombre, given that we know that there is serious concern about their mother's health. It would be odd if they looked anything other than serious, but there is nothing much else that one could read into that. Duke of York in the front there, the Earl of Wessex, and one must presume that the Countess of Wessex is in the back beside Prince Edward there.
What struck me really, Nick, in looking at it and in asking the question really is it's a powerful image. It's an image that conveys solemnity. It conveys, I suppose, a sense of purpose and determination to get to Balmoral as soon as they can. And it speaks volumes as well about a family and children who are concerned about their mother.
And that is a very, very important point, that amidst the concern of the nation and of others elsewhere in the world, we shouldn't forget that at the heart of this is a family. That the two people we can see in that photograph there are visiting their 96-year-old mother. To them, she is their mother. She's Queen, yes, but this is a moment of concern and possibly of anguish for the family, for the 4 children, for the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, and the wider family. And one must assume that that wider family is rather more appraised of the real situation than we are at the moment. But those immediate members of the family, the 4 children and the Duke of Cambridge, are now inside Balmoral Castle, so they will be talking to the doctors and they will be being brought up to date on what is happening.
One notable absence we understand right now, it's the Duke of Sussex, who we don't think has arrived yet.
No, well, there's certainly been no evidence, but that sort of begs the question as to how he is travelling. Significant, perhaps, that he's not or wasn't travelling with the other members of the family on that aircraft that we saw landing at Aberdeen Airport. Perhaps he was on the scheduled flight, which I think was arriving there not so long ago, or perhaps he's got his own aircraft. Who knows? But again, you know, all those matters really, I think, we put to one side at this point, because above all, he is visiting a beloved grandmother, and there was a good special relationship between the Queen and Harry. He made much of it, didn't he, in those comments that he made some months ago. And yes, it reminds us once again that at the heart of this is a family which is coming to terms with an illness or a change in condition or whatever.
And there'll be families and individuals all around the UK and indeed around the Commonwealth and the world who will be able to understand perfectly the intensity of anxiety and the stress and the worry that comes with this.
Well, yes, because as we've been saying this afternoon, millions of people will feel a personal sense of concern that, okay, it's not their family, but that's the whole thing about a monarch. They somehow reflect the feelings within the society at the top of which they sit, that they are a reflection of all of our hopes or desires or sadnesses or anxieties, that we do identify with them. Not everybody, we know that, but we do identify with them, and in particular with somebody who has, as we've been saying, been there in the background to our lives, for most of us, for all of our lives. This person who has always been there, this reassuring, comforting figure, source of unity and stability and continuity and all those big thoughts. But also it's this lady who has been there, this sort of matriarchal figure as she's become in recent years. And I think the majority of people of this nation do identify with her, do feel keenly and sharply for her health, for her well-being, and many millions of people will be greatly concerned at this point.
They'll be looking at these images of the entrance to the Balmoral estate, and lots of British people, of course, will be familiar with the name Balmoral and the fact that it is a great Scottish estate that the Queen has been very closely associated with over the years. But of course, beyond Britain, across the Commonwealth and indeed around the world where these images will be transmitted today, it's worth underlining that the Queen has been on the world stage. She's been a prominent figure on the world stage, just in terms of statesmanship, just in terms of her unique position as a constitutional monarch and what she represents. And that is, again, something that we could reflect on today, which is the fact that there will be millions and millions of people around the world who've never been to the United Kingdom, who will be interested and exercised by what's happening to the Queen and the family today.
That's right. She is a global figure, as one of our guests earlier said. Now, that expresses itself most particularly through the Commonwealth, this coalition of nations, and the subject which is very close to her heart, and in which she has exercised a real role as head of the Commonwealth. That did give her a sort of diplomatic platform that, given the political constraints as Queen of the United Kingdom, she didn't have. But I think the other thing that we consider is what she has stood for, what she has represented. She has stood for decency and tolerance, and she's been dutiful and steadfast and all those other things. And so many other heads of state, I think, have recognised those qualities in her, and they have admired them, and they have admired the way she has conducted herself over 70 years with putting barely a foot wrong. And I think, you know, at international meetings, many of these foreign heads of state, they come, and the first thing they want to do is meet the Queen, because she's become such a historical figure, a figure, you know, who does represent so much that is decent and right.
Different perspective on the image we saw just a few moments ago, Nick, and this is the Duke of Cambridge actually driving the vehicle, where we saw the Duke of York there in the passenger seat, and the Earl of Wessex in the back. But that's William driving them, so just gives you another little perspective on the journey from Aberdeen to Balmoral, and can imagine that was a fairly intense journey, really.
So these are really private family moments, aren't there? So one imagines, we can't see for certain, that the four people in that vehicle, I'm assuming that this is the Duke of York that we can see closest to us, as you say, the Duke of Cambridge, and then in the back the Wessex, the Essexes, the Earl and Countess of Wessex. So no protection officers, no officials, just the four members of the family driving together, reflecting, one must imagine, together on whatever the situation is.
And there we see the four of them.
Yes.
It's a clearer picture there, isn't it? So William, and then Prince Andrew, and then Prince Edward, and then it's the Countess of Wessex there in the other seat in the back, isn't it?
Underlining that this is, above all for them, a family moment. And they will have wanted, I'm sure, to have been just alone amongst themselves in the family group, the four of them. And my goodness, okay, we are aware of the difficulties that have surrounded the Duke of York. And Prince William has been quite vociferous in his views on that, and has taken quite a leading part in ensuring that the Duke of York has withdrawn from public life. But again, I think this is not the moment for those issues.
No. Well, by now, they'll be in Balmoral Castle, and as you were saying, Nick, one imagines that they will by now have had a full briefing from the medical team there, that they will be aware of the situation. One imagines that they would be possibly at the bedside. The Queen is being treated, and she's in a comfortable state, we were told earlier on. So we're trying to imagine the scene where, you know, the closest members of the family are with Her Majesty.
And they will be there with Prince Charles, who is the senior member of the royal family, other than the Queen, of course, but who in this situation with the Queen, if we say incapacitated, I mean simply that she is sufficiently unwell for doctors to be concerned and for her to be, as we keep saying, comfortable at Balmoral. But I think that this is a situation in which Prince Charles, the heir to the throne, will be, if not taking charge, then sort of taking the lead in the family's consultation amongst themselves. And there will be a number of things that they will need to think about, because if the Queen is, to some extent, incapacitated or less able than she has been to fulfil the role of head of state, that has implications, particularly obviously for Charles and for the councillors of state, one of whom is still Prince Andrew. You know? But anyway, that's again another issue. But there are, aside from the family issues, the concern and so on, there are other issues that they and their officials will be just considering.
Well, we mentioned there the fact that, of course, the medical team will be briefing the royal family members who've just arrived. So why don't we have a quick word again with our medical editor, Fergus Walsh. And Fergus, there will be people watching. Some of them will know quite a bit about the medical world, others not. wondering what it means that, for example, the Queen is being kept comfortable and as comfortable as possible at Balmoral. There's no mention of new treatment or further treatment or a different kind of intervention, let's say at Aberdeen Royal Infirmary, which is the closest hospital, and people will read things into that. What guidance would you give?
I think it's worth saying, Hugh, that the Queen has her own team of medics. The royal household has its own team, led by the physician to the Queen, Professor Sir Hugh Thomas. That's a role, a physician to the monarch, that stretches back at least to Henry VIII. And he is also head of the medical household. That's a title that was created back in 1973. Now, that statement that we have had, that brief statement, unprecedented, that the Queen's doctors were concerned for Her Majesty's health, but that she was comfortable, is all really that we have to go on, but unprecedented because it's not the sort of statement that we've ever been given before. Because, of course, as you and Nick have been saying, and other commentators and guests have been saying, we have been used to, all of us, been brought up and lived our lives with the Queen as head of state. 15 prime ministers have served under her. The first one, Winston Churchill, born back in 1874. The last to be appointed this week, Liz Truss, born 101 years later. And it is that continuity, and she has been in such robust good health for most of her life. So it is that decline that we have seen last year. Last October, she began using a walking stick in public. We've had these mobility issues. And then, although she did look very engaged in the photos with Liz Truss earlier this week, she did look frail and, as Nick said earlier, did seem to have lost quite a lot of weight.
Yes, indeed. There was a lot of focusing on the image itself, Fergus. When we talk about the kind of care that the Queen is getting, obviously an extremely high standard of care with some of the top experts in the country, indeed in some cases in the world, led by Sir Hugh Thomas, there'll be clearly a view on whether it's a normal process to allow the Queen to stay at home, in effect, in Balmoral, rather than look for maybe a more specialist unit elsewhere. Are people wrong to read things into that, or do you think that's perfectly understandable?
I think it's perfectly understandable, and in one sense, it's no different from what you would have with any 96-year-old who has fallen ill and is comfortable at home and able to be kept comfortable. If there was any treatment in a specialist unit that her medical team and her family would deem could help the Queen, as with any other patient, I'm sure that treatment would be given. But it's been decided that she's comfortable. Her family are gathered around her at what is a very difficult time, and we obviously await updates. We know no more officially or unofficially than we've been told in that statement.
Fergus, many thanks again for helping us out with that and some of the questions about the kind of care that the Queen is getting. Buckingham Palace there for you in all its splendour, with the internal quadrangle and then the forecourt, and then the gardens to the side and to the back. It's a very familiar sight, and the crowds there gathering, starting to gather anyway, despite some of the weather problems. And of course they're facing the famous balcony right in the centre of the facade, the balcony where the Queen has appeared on so many occasions since she first appeared as a girl with her parents back in the 1930s, late 30s, early 40s indeed. And of course the very famous images of the royal family on that balcony at the end of the Second World War, with her father, the King George VI, really hugely popular monarch by that point, having really given leadership with his wife, the Queen Mother, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, Queen Mother, throughout those wartime years. So there are a lot of memories there for the Queen herself, notwithstanding, of course, the fact that she's been on the balcony as monarch herself for the past 70 years or so, and those great occasions for the Golden Jubilee and the Platinum Jubilee, and back to 1977, the Diamond Jubilee, where we've seen millions of people crowding into this space at the end of the Mall and around the memorial to greet members of the royal family. So it's very much the symbol of royalty in London. There are lots of symbols of royalty in London, but Buckingham Palace, surely, with its balcony and its very famous facade, and very often, of course, with the sovereign standard flying when the Queen is in residence. It is the place that millions of tourists come to every year to get their taste of the royal presence in the United Kingdom. Well, today the Queen is not in residence here. She's in residence in Balmoral, her Scottish estate in Aberdeenshire, and she's been there since June, and it's a place she loves very much. Sadly, today we are reporting on the fact that her health is causing very significant concerns for the medical team, and that is the reason that we've seen very close members of the royal family, including the Queen's children, Charles and Anne and Andrew and Edward, making their way to Balmoral. They are there as we speak, as are some other members of the royal family, and they are probably being briefed, or maybe have been briefed by now, by the medical team on the Queen's condition, which suddenly overnight and into the morning started to cause far more concerns. We remember, of course, that just a couple of days ago, Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, was driven in through these gates and met the Queen and was granted an audience where she was invited to form a government. And the Queen at that point, although looking frail, was smiling and clearly very engaged in the process. And then yesterday, as part of the process of a new government, there was meant to be a meeting of the Privy Council. That's the senior politicians who advise the Queen in certain capacities, and the Queen was meant to hold that meeting virtually, if you like, in terms of video messaging, and that was felt to be unwise. The doctors advised the Queen not to engage in that online Privy Council meeting, and she was advised to rest. Now, most people who've been following royal events, and certainly my colleague Nicholas Witchell here and others, would say, well, that was a significant change of plan, not to have that Privy Council meeting, albeit online. And then by this morning, of course, the very worrying news that doctors were concerned about the Queen's health. So that treatment going on, it's happening at Balmoral. It's a very different place, isn't it, to the one on the right-hand side of the screen now, where we see the Queen leading the celebrations from that famous balcony of Buckingham Palace at the Jubilee, with millions of people crowded into this part of central London, all the way down from Admiralty Arch, all the way down the Mall, through the parks, the royal parks, to Buckingham Palace itself. A very happy day. And of course, with the Royal Marines and all the other wonderful military musicians in attendance, and the bands of the Household Division as well, who've been entertaining the royal family and the crowds for many, many years. Their stunning and sparkling military drill and their exceptional musicianship. The Queen's been a great supporter and a great ally of the armed forces over many years, and she is deeply respected and very, very well regarded and loved indeed by them, by all branches of the armed forces, as she is by millions of people around the country. So it's a nice image for us to enjoy on the right hand side, just happier times, if you like, than on the left hand side, that rather well, a bit of a grey, depressing site, a bit of a wet, low-key site, if you like, a rather depressing site at Balmoral, the wet roads leading into the estate itself. And we know, of course, what lies beyond the road. We know what lies at the end of that path. It is the castle, and it is the Queen being kept comfortable, being monitored 24/7 by an expert medical team. And all we can do is clearly wish the Queen well. We do that automatically and sincerely, but we are waiting too, I think it's fair to say, for further news from the medical team at Buckingham Palace and at Balmoral about the Queen's condition. And Nicholas Witchell is with me, our royal correspondent, who of course has been talking to us all afternoon about the events of this day. And this is the time of day, Nick, when lots of people will be maybe returning from work, they'll be joining us, they'll be aware of the reports, but they won't have seen lots of it. And I think that we're in the position where we're waiting, and we're right to be waiting without any rush and without any haste at all, waiting for the next update, if you like, now that we know the royal family has gathered there.
Yes, and of course Buckingham Palace has not been in the habit of giving updates, but I think on this occasion there will have to be something, given the level of concern that there is not just here but around the world. And we've seen the other members of the royal family arriving at Balmoral. That in itself is an indication, I think, of just how serious the situation is. So the mood, I think, is fairly described as sombre. The concern is considerable. So many politicians have talked about profound concern, and one must imagine that the Prime Minister and others are aware, have been appraised on Privy Council terms with whatever is the absolute situation. So we await any further news from Buckingham Palace, though I have to say that at the moment there is no indication that there is any further statement to be made. Looking, you made much of the images of the Queen on the balcony during the Jubilee celebrations remarkable, really, just 3 months ago. And when she appeared in that bright green coat, that was on the final day of the Jubilee celebrations on that Sunday. And it had been thought that perhaps she wouldn't make the journey from Windsor, but I think the Prince of Wales encouraged her to do so, and of course she did. And of course the crowds were absolutely delighted to see her. And I think she was terribly touched when they sang the national anthem. And yes, there was, I think, a sense that, something is drawing gradually to a close here. And I think that everybody was very touched on that occasion. That balcony that actually she first appeared on in 1927, when she was 1 year old. She was brought and shown to the crowd by her proud parents, the Duke of York, as he was then, her father and mother. So yes, remarkable really, and that is what monarchy is all about, the continuity, the span of years. The balcony, everything changes but nothing changes, and that is why it is this source of reassurance which so many millions of people find very comforting. So we must just continue to hope for the best, that there is some encouraging news, but at the same time I think, given all the circumstances, we have to accept that we just have to wait and see.
Yes, we do indeed, Nick, thank you. Let's go from Balmoral then to Downing Street. Let's join Chris Mason, our political editor, who's joining us from there. Chris, do you have any update for us on what Downing Street's understanding of events is?
What I can tell you, Hugh, is that the Prime Minister is working as normal behind me in Downing Street. There are no plans for her to return to Scotland, to Balmoral. Of course, as we've been reflecting, she was there just a couple of days ago to become Prime Minister in that last public moment where we saw the Queen as the Prime Minister before Liz Truss. Boris Johnson had resigned, shortly followed by Liz Truss. We did hear from the Prime Minister at lunchtime shortly after the statement from Buckingham Palace in which Liz Truss said the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace, and adding my thoughts and those of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. And here at Westminster, like I suspect in every corner of the UK, and indeed in many places around the world, a profound...
Chris, I apologise. I hate interrupting you, but I'm afraid we've got a dreadful problem on the mic. I suppose it's the elements interfering. It's the rain getting into cables and all kinds of things. So if we clear that up, Chris, I'll be back with you as soon as we can. Chris Mason there, our political editor. By the way, the US President Joe Biden has told Prime Minister Liz Truss that he and his wife Jill are thinking of the Queen amid deep concerns over the monarch's health. The White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said this. That's to say, the President and the First Lady's thoughts are solidly and squarely with the Queen today and with her family. The President has been briefed this morning and will be updated throughout the day. concerning news out of the United Kingdom. So that's President Biden. I suppose, Nick, you know, we can expect, we've had quite a bit already, but from the person who's the other side of the special relationship, you'd expect an expression of sincere concern. And given all the visits that the Queen has made to the States, and indeed how many state visits for presidents as she hosted in Downing Street over the years, well, that's one expression of concern that you would expect straight away.
Yep, and I think once again, it is quite normal for US presidents to be very keen to meet the Queen. They met at the G7 summit down in Cornwall, however many months ago that was. And of course, the Queen has met every US president bar one. She never met Lyndon Johnson, but I think Biden is the 14th US president. We're on to the 15th Prime Minister, 14th president, and I think there have been 6 or is it 7 popes that she's met, and which just again gives you a flavour of this remarkable life that she has led, meeting so many significant figures in world history, beginning, you know, just after the war as a young princess, when her father was ailing and she was having to step in and assist him as a councillor of state. So, you know, she has met just about anybody who is anybody, and yet she has never shared to the world any of her thoughts or appraisals of any of them. No. She has kept it all within either herself or within her family, and she has understood the fundamentals of the position that she has occupied for these 70 years, that she must be an uncontroversial figure, and she has absolutely understood the principles of a constitutional monarch. She learnt them really from her father, and she has continued in the manner, in the style of her father, rather understated. And it was for that reason, of course, that she found the Duke of Edinburgh such a useful ally, because there was the difference in personality, difference in approach, and I think she owed so much to him, as we sensed in some of the things that she has said about him since his death.
It's interesting, owing, yes, of course, to Philip, but one senses as well that because of the abdication in 36, and then the fact that the course of her life changed, that her father really did take on the role of a very diligent tutor. And as I said earlier, Nick, you know, I read somewhere when one of the royal household commented and said, look, you know, in many ways you have to look at the reign of Elizabeth II as a continuation of the reign of George VI. And when you think about it in those terms, it makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. In style, they are so similar. And the Queen revered and loved her father deeply. She knew what a struggle it was for George VI to be the monarch during the difficult times of the Second World War. It was a huge strain. He was helped through it, of course, by the Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, but also by his elder and I'm sure younger daughter, but they were a very close unit. And there is no doubt that the Queen learnt an awful lot from her father, rather in the same way as she has attempted to pass what she has learnt, not perhaps so much to Prince Charles, but to Prince William. And I think the Queen has taken a great deal of time to, as it were, tutor and pass on her wisdom and her approach and the principles that have governed her approach to monarchy to Prince William. And I think I interviewed him some years ago and I asked him, whose template do you tend to follow? Is that the one of your father and or the one of your grandmother? And rather to my surprise, he answered and said, well, you know, I think my grandmother has got it absolutely right. And, you know, in many ways, you know, Prince William once said about being monarch, it's about setting an example, doing one's duty. It's about using your position for the good. It's about serving the country. Now, those, goodness me, those are the principles that encapsulate the approach that Queen Elizabeth has brought to the monarchy, to the British monarchy.
Nick, thank you. We're going to just bring in a guest, to the Royal Biographer and Editor-in-Chief of Majesty magazine, Ingrid Seward. Ingrid, it's good to have you with us, and we're grateful for your expert perspective on this as well today. As we follow the reports, and clearly we're reflecting on the the deep concern that people have at this point, and the family have gathered there in Balmoral. What are your reflections at this stage?
Well, I think I feel very much what everybody is feeling. Obviously, this is a very poignant moment, and none of us quite know what's going to happen, but because the entire family, well, the entire nucleus of the family are gathered at Balmoral, and the fact that the Queen hasn't been sent to hospital speaks volumes. They obviously just want to keep her comfortable, have her family around her, and we just have to literally wait for news, whether it be good or bad. There's nothing more we can do. That is the situation, and it's very sad, especially as as you've said many times this afternoon, as we saw the Queen with Liz Truss only 48 hours ago, 2 days ago on Tuesday, and she looked so happy and in good spirits. I know she looked frail, but if you have mobility problems, you're going to have muscle loss, and so she's going to look frail. But it was really wonderful to see her, and it sort of gave us all hope. Well, there she'll be carrying on. But whatever has happened between now and then, we don't know. But all we can do is just hope very much for the best.
Indeed. I know that everyone watching will be sharing that, Ingrid, certainly. It's been a remarkable year, hasn't it, really? Because we've reported several times on the issues that have surrounded the Queen's health, the fact that she's not been able to undertake some engagements. And yet, when we think back to the Jubilee, which at one point we were very concerned about in terms of the Queen's ability to be present, we had 2 balcony appearances. We had a great sense of fun and celebration around the birthday parade to open events. The year has been one of some extremes, really, hasn't it? And as you say, it is just a matter of 48 hours ago since the Queen was obviously determined to fulfil her constitutional duty and invite Liz Truss to form a government. So it speaks volumes, really, about Her Majesty's commitment to the job.
It certainly does, and she hates letting people down, and she's always really, really wanted to get on with the job. So I think she's had a mentally probably quite a hard time. I think this all started in October 21, when she was meant to be going to Ireland. And suddenly, I mean, the journalists and everyone were waiting for her, and suddenly she had to cancel. That was the beginning of her mobility problems. And I think it must have been difficult for her to have to say, well, take doctor's orders, which she always does, saying, I can't do this. And so that has been a recurring theme of her life ever since then. And I think, wonderful though she is and cheerful though she is, I think it must have been very difficult for her and very frustrating to feel that she's unable to carry out the duties which she's carried out all her life, which is another reason, I think, why Buckingham Palace have delayed it till the sort of 99th hour always to let us know whether or not the Queen is able to do certain things. I think it's because she was so determined to try and do them, but in the end couldn't. So it's been a difficult time for her.
Well, we'd like to think that we'll get a good progress report, Ingrid, but we must wait and see. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Ingrid Seward there, of Editor-in-Chief of Majesty magazine. If you're just joining us here on BBC News, this is our extended coverage today, following that bulletin from the Queen's medical team at lunchtime that her doctors are now very concerned about the state of her health. She's at Balmoral, her estate in Aberdeenshire. That is where she's being cared for. She's said to be in a comfortable condition. The doctors are there with her. She's having full 24/7 medical supervision, and in the last couple of hours the family has been gathering, and we've seen the children turning up, the rest of them, because Prince Charles was there already, and Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, and now they've been joined by the Duke of York and the Earl of Wessex, and indeed by the Duke of Cambridge, her grandson, who's also arrived in the last hour or so. They landed at Aberdeen Airport about an hour and a half ago. So they're all there. And the Queen, who's been engaged in lots of duties in recent months and has been showing great spirit and great strength and a determination to really fulfil all those items in the diary. Well, today we had the news that she's not able to do that now. She's in a position where her health is causing a lot more concern. She's been made to feel comfortable, we're told. There's no mention of any hospital treatment or any other intervention elsewhere. All the care is being done at Balmoral. So following that statement, which was at 12:30 today, which is over 5 hours ago, there's been no word. All we've seen is the gathering of the close family members at Balmoral Castle itself. We are waiting to see if there'll be another statement. We don't know. But there may be a statement, and that is why we're staying on air as we approach 6 o'clock. And my colleague Nicholas Witchell, our royal correspondent, is keeping a very, very close eye on these events, as you would imagine,